Hello, warm welcome to everybody. Today is a remarkable day for our Department of Political Science, Kidderpore College. We have arranged this national webinar because, like many other colleges and universities, we are also compelled to hold this webinar due to the current pandemic sweeping the whole world. As the convener of this webinar, I have got the proud privilege, I am quite proud that I have got the privilege to address this webinar, welcome such a galaxy of the scholars, and I greet them, I welcome them to this national webinar, which is on nationalism, secularism, pluralistic traditions of India, and which will be followed by a special lecture by Professor Sohanlal Dattagupta, revisiting Antonio Gramsci. As I told that I have got the wonderful privilege to welcome and congratulate all the participants for coming over here to make this event a very meaningful academic exercise. It is our pride that the eminent academic, almost like a teacher, eminent academic of our time, Professor Sohanlal Dattagupta, ex-Surendranath Banerjee Chair Professor of Political Science, has consented to deliver a special lecture on Antonio Gramsci. We owe to you, Shubhanda, a great deal for your spontaneous response. Welcome, Professor Dattagupta. Undoubtedly, your invaluable presence has given this webinar a superlative height. We are also vastly indebted to Professor Neeraj Chandok, ex-professor of political science, Delhi University, and currently Distinguished Fellow, Center for Equity Studies, Delhi. Madam, I warmly welcome you to this webinar. It goes without saying that it's a great opportunity to pay our sincere respect to such an illustrious political scientist of our time, Professor Neeraj Chandok. We all know that Professor Neeraj Chandok, her contribution in the studies of political science, I think, is quite immense, I think. As I have told you that Professor Sohanlal Dattagupta's contributions is also, I think, this is extraordinary. Similarly, Professor Neeraj Chandok's contribution in the study of political science, I think, is quite vast because their contribution, their authorship, their scholarship, their stature as a speaker in different occasions. I heard them several times, and I'm quite fascinated by the kind of presentations I have followed. I have experienced in the whole career, my whole career. I think I have got wonderful experience. I think that actually drove me to invite them to this national webinar. Similarly, I must say that the political scientist of high stature like Professor Samir Das, Calcutta University, needs no introduction. And we are truly happy to get to Professor Das on our panel as a speaker. I have heard also Professor Das several times. I can easily remember several years back, I think 10 or 20 years back, I actually heard him speaking in the Jadavpur University on Jyotiba Phule. That I can remember. And that was a fascinating lecture. I still today, I remember and memorize Professor Samir Das's that lecture. And also afterwards, I heard him speaking on quite several occasions. And I found that Professor Das's presentation, his scholarship, his authorship, I think quite exceptional and wonderful. I also sincerely welcome and thank Professor Amit De, Department of History, Calcutta University. We are truly grateful to you, Professor De, for your prompt response when I approached you for such a presentation that you have to deliver a lecture in our national webinar. He promptly spontaneously responded, Professor De. And in him, I have found a very humble personality and a very humble scholar in Amit De. Professor De also needs no introduction, and I'm sure that will enthrall the entire audience by your vast scholarship and by your in-depth speech today on medieval political thought and public opinion in medieval India. There is no doubt about that. We'll have a wonderful experience when we'll start listening to Professor Amit De. The Department of Political Science, Kidderpore College, is also highly indebted to Dr. Abhijit Ganguly, our principal. Our principal means the Kidderpore College principal, Kidderpore College, for his constant support, guidance, and exuberance. We are thankful to him for all kinds of support in arranging today's national webinar. Actually, it's my experience that whenever I talk to him that, sir, we want to hold a seminar, whether national seminar, national webinar, or state level webinar seminar, or even college level talks and speeches, I always found that Dr. Ganguly is always enthusiastic in holding such academic programs in our college. And I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Ganguly for his support, for his great support and constant guidance to the Department of Political Science. Last but not the least, I welcome my colleagues and all participants joining from different parts of the country. I know that people are joining from different parts of the country, from different parts of the state, and also from different parts of the city of Kolkata, by taking out a portion of their valuable time from their busy schedule. My heartiest welcome, my heartiest thanks to everybody for attending this national webinar. Thank you very much. I now hand over this link to our admin, Monica Devardhan.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Respected sir, respected madam, I am very honored and really very happy to be present in today's national webinar entitled Nationalism, Secularism and Pluralistic Traditions of India, followed by a special lecture revisiting Antonio Gramsci. Now I would like to invite our Chief Patron and Honorable Principal, Kidderpore College, Dr. Abhijit Ganguly, to deliver his welcome speech.
Thank you, all of you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, good afternoon. With best of my regards and humble respect to all of our delegate speakers of different universities and different parts of our country, and the departmental teaching staff of our college, especially to Professor Bagchi and Professor Sarkar Rai. I am hereby glad to celebrate this one-day national webinar of Kidderpore College named Nationalism, Secularism and Pluralistic Traditions of India. And no doubt, the conception of the thrust area is very relevant to the present political atmosphere of our country. We have some best ideas about nationalism and secularism. Wise person like Tagore, Gandhiji and Vivekananda have told so many extracts on this subject. The subjects are also the fundamentals of the Indian constitutions also. But in our democracy, in terms of newer political scenario that is coming in front of us, bearing with the challenging questions that what do we think about our pluralism and how it would be maintained by our democracy or democratic hands from those are generally ruled by the headship of so many political leaders of our country, doing bad or good, best or worse for the nation. The question is haunting in our mind as we are facing so many complications in present political era, and we are still indifferent over this crucial part of our democracy. It's always true that our country choose a highly diversified society that supports pluralist polity and an early adopter of the constitutional framework, basically from 1946 to 1950, as I know, that recognized the group differentiated rights and law of the Indian people, irrespective of their caste, religion, and so-called voters, etc. And now all of those pre-actions are likely to be converted into so many abused directions and also threatened by its limited self-oriented and fragile political consensus. And the instances are coming very closer to us, like Hathras incident occurred recently, very recently. However, despite a range of certain groups' rights, including quotas, reservations, linguistic variations of tribal, and obviously rubbing out the stain of so-called untouchability from the newer society, we must have to keep the rights and protections of every Indian and remain protected for a larger beneficial democracy. One more thing to be discussed on a special lecture to be delivered by Professor Shobhanlal Dattagupta, former Surendranath Banerjee Professor in Political Science, University of Calcutta today, that demands the enormous precedence of appreciation and wisdom, is revisiting Antonio Gramsci, the Marxist philosophy of cultural hegemony, where the domination of the culturally diverse society by the ruling class people, which manipulates the culture in whole, is interesting phenomena of political science and keenly connected to the preceding part of our today's webinar also. The speedy outcome of several changes of beliefs, thoughts, values, perceptions, and explanations, so that imposed by the ruling class, basically, I think by the ruling capitalist class, that how much affecting the social and cultural norm at worldview and in respect of our Indian political atmosphere also, and how we have to overcome from these hazards is no doubt a relevant part to be established. We are thankful to Professor Dattagupta, and we definitely get some newer ideas from later related to the politician and pathfinder named Antonio Gramsci. In addition to that, I also welcome and pay my thanks to all of the distinguished speakers of today's webinar for the different session. Professor Neera Chandhok, Department of Political Science, Delhi University; Dr. Amit De, Department of History, Center for Advanced Studies, University of Calcutta; Dr. Shomir Kumar Das, Department of Political Science, University of Calcutta; and Professor Dattagupta, that I have already spoke. And I think we will be really enriched and powered by today's knowledgeable dialogue. And I also offer my thanks to Dr. Subrata Bagchi, Senior Professor of Kidderpore College, Department of Political Science, along with Professor Sudokshina Sarkar Rai, HOD, and also the IQAC coordinator and Professor Chandrabuli Das also, for their enormous efforts to organize the session. And I hope that this well-built program will surely reach into the level of praise and preferences to the visitors of YouTube in near future as before. Lastly, like all other day of such fantastic web-looking arrangements, I want to pay my heartfelt thanks to Aniket Bardhan, an energetic youthful faculty of our college, for his useful technical supervision. And as he generally always prefers to keep himself in incognito mood, keeping himself in that shyness, that is think I also a sign of his great devotion and kindness to his allotted work. So hats off to Aniket once more. Thanks to all of the upcoming audience, scholars, and student visitors also, waiting for an encouraging and a grand session ahead. Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your exceptionally enriching welcome address. As you have correctly said, so many complications are there at present in our political scenario, and so many problems are haunting our state, our national and political identities. Now, with a view to address all these issues and looking forward to make this national webinar a grand success, I would now request our Honorable IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Sudokshina Sarkar Roy to please come and deliver her address.
Thank you, Chandravali. Respected Dr. Abhijit Ganguly, Principal, Kidderpore College, our distinguished speakers, Dr. Shomir Kumar Das, Professor, Department of Political Science and Director, Institute of Foreign Policy Studies, University of Calcutta, Dr. Neera Chandok, Professor, Department of Political Science, Delhi University, and Distinguished Fellow at the Center for Equity Studies, Delhi, Dr. Romit De, Professor, Department of History, Center for Advanced Studies, University of Calcutta, Professor Shobhunlal Dattagupta, former Surendranath Banerjee Professor of Political Science, University of Calcutta, participants including faculty, research scholars and students, my beloved colleagues, and the organizers of the webinar. It is my honor to be a part of this national webinar on nationalism, secularism, and pluralistic traditions of India, followed by a special lecture revisiting Antonio Gramsci, organized by the Department of Political Science in collaboration with IQAC Kidderpore College. Incidentally, political science is also the department to which I belong. It is my home turf. It has been more than 6 months that the world has been grappling with the pandemic caused by the virus COVID-19. Stories of horror and despondency continue to haunt us, and words like social distancing, masks, and sanitizers are still in wide circulation. While uncertainties loom large and the world witnesses fresh bouts of attacks, we have come together today, casting aside all dark and depressing thoughts, to knit our heads together and do what we are supposed to do: discuss, debate, and learn. The virtual stage is all set and is soon going to be lit up by the glitterati of the academia. And may I take this opportunity to say that our joy knew no bounds when we learned that scholars of such distinction and repute could manage time for our webinar. Looking forward to sessions of erudite discourses and scintillating thoughts, I welcome all the speakers and the participants to an evening of animated discussions and lively debates. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Now, without wasting time, I would like to begin the first session of our national webinar. Now, in this session, I have the honor and the privilege to declare Professor Dr. Shomir Kumar Das, Professor, Department of Political Science, as well as Director, Institute of Foreign Policy Studies, University of Calcutta. He will be delivering his lecture on nationalism, nationalism in India. And this session will be chaired by Honorable Professor Dr. Neera Chandok. So I request Madam Neera Chandok to please come up, take the microphone, and begin this prestigious session. Over to Madam Neera Chandok.
Thank you, Chandravali. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
It's a pleasure to chair this session where Samir is speaking. I have great regard for Samir Das because I think he's one of the few political scientists who's enormously imaginative. He is associated with international relations, but I've also found his work on Indian political thought extremely interesting and extremely fascinating to read. I'm not going to take more time. We're already running behind by 20 minutes. So, Samir, may I ask you to make your presentation?
Thank you, Neera. It's really a great honor to be able to speak in a session which is being chaired by someone whom I consider as one of the leading theoreticians of the country, Professor Neera Chandok. I have to begin with a word of thanks to Kidderpore College, to the Honorable Principal, to my dear friend Subrata Bagchi, and to the dear colleagues of the college. I find it extremely exasperating to speak in front of a dumb computer. So what I have done is to write down a few paragraphs and please allow me to read them out. This will keep me within time, and this will actually enable me to tide over the kind of numbness and fatigue which usually set in when you speak in front of a dumb computer and you can't see almost anyone. Um, I propose to situate nationalism in three of its main sites. One, in the state. For nationalism is primarily a state-sponsored project. Two, at the site of the people. For people are obliged to perform it and constitute them into nations. And three, at the site of our ethical practices, for nationalism offers above all else a benchmark for our ethical practices. So I begin with the first, nationalism as a state project. Nationalism at the site of the state presents us with a paradox. At one level, the most commonly held view is that the forces and processes of globalization seem to have substantially changed the post-Westphalian world order of nation states, with the effect that there has been a certain dehyphenation of the nation from the state, and nationalism does not necessarily thrive on embracing a state. It is now being argued that the state in the era of globalization is increasingly losing its grip over the nationalism that once legitimized its existence and provided its life force for centuries. Thus, to cite an instance, we have just completed a project on Durga Puja heritage in collaboration with the University of Glasgow. Our Glasgow colleagues have discovered the newfound zeal, particularly amongst the third or fourth generation Bengali-speaking British citizens, in celebrating it with unprecedented fanfare. And excluding the Bengali-speaking Muslims, this part is very important. So you are celebrating the puja without the Bengali-speaking Muslims, particularly from Bangladesh, in the process, and who had hitherto enjoyed the celebration together with their Hindu neighbors. Significantly, their variety of nationalism has nothing to do with the Indian state, or for that matter, the Bangladeshi state. None of them is willing to return to either of these states. So we are seeing a kind of nationalism which doesn't have any necessary relation to the home state. At another level, and quite ironically, the political logic of the state continues to be couched in the language of nationalism. Insofar as the forces and processes of globalization pushed people across nations closer together, both physical and metaphorical boundaries that have historically set nations apart are increasingly under threat, and there is greater risk of hybridization of population. I usually describe it as churning of population. In the words of Benedict Anderson, now this is not from his famous book, his otherwise famous book, Imagined Communities, but this is his book entitled Spectres of Comparison, which was written much later. Quote, nationalism's purities and thus also cleansings are set to emerge from exactly this hybridity, unquote. The more we get proximate to each other, the greater will be the threat and the more acute is the fear on the state's part of losing its nationalist identity. Correspondingly, there is the more intense desire of clutching on to a kind of nationalism that by all accounts is narrow, rabid, and exclusionary. Take the preparation of National Register of Citizens in Assam as an example. Assam had a long history of peasant migration in what is known as the Greater Ganga Meghna Brahmaputra Basin. Although the Assamese middle-class intellectuals started voicing their resentments against it only since the beginning of the 20th century. These resentments are translated into a fully fledged campaign for expulsion of the outsiders, come foreigners, only during the Assam movement, 1979-85. The Assam movement, widely known as the most popular one since Gandhi's civil disobedience movement of 1942, was keyed to three Ds: detection of foreigners, their disenfranchisement, that is taking away their voting rights, and deportation of foreigners. Although there have been numerous reports on the excesses and atrocities committed against the outsiders who are nevertheless Indian citizens coming from outside the region and living in Assam for generations. The memorandum of understanding reached between the leaders of the movement and the government officials of the state and the center promised to update the National Register of Citizens, which was prepared way back in 1951, among many other things. And present NRC exercise should be seen as an attempt at fulfilling the promises made in the memorandum. The mammoth exercise left out a total of 19,06,657 people in the final National Register of Citizens released on 31st of August 2019. The ethnic or communal breakup of these decitizenized persons is yet unavailable. A good many of them reportedly belong to the low caste Namashudras, one of the most numerous peasant castes in the Gangetic Plains. The All India Namashudra Vikas Parishad, in English it's called All India Council for the Development of the Namashudras, dished out some numbers in this regard. On 2nd August 2018, the members of the All India Matua Mahasangh, which is a sect belonging to the Namashudras, one of their leaders based in West Bengal is reported to have said, quote, "We cannot remain silent while the citizenship of our people is being snatched overnight. Today we have resorted to railway blockade to register our protest," unquote. While some of the estimates may have been politically motivated, one will do well to accept them with a critical perspective. Citizenship thus undergoes a process of Zionization insofar as it is sought to be restricted to only a few groups and communities, following the principle of jus sanguinis, or blood, that supposedly flows in their veins and corpuscles, and decitizenizing in the process close to 2 million people. This thrust towards growing shrinkage of the denotation of nation is, however, visible across the world, whether in neighboring Nepal, Bhutan, or Sri Lanka, in Mauritania and Australia, and so forth. Blood and nationalism, as Arjun Appadurai reminds us, quote, are in a much fuller and wider embrace in the world as a whole, unquote. In a recently written paper, I tried to dwell on the question of what the state does or its governing technologies while dealing with those potentially decitizenized people. This presentation, however, proposes to take a different route. It instead seeks to raise the question of how nationalism gets redefined in the context of this widespread exclusion and with what effects on the vast decitizenized people. While resentments against preparation for NRC did not take time to spread across the country and even abroad, it also created in the minds of the potentially decitizenized people, albeit a fatal desire of being included in the register, a mad rush for being designated as a citizen of India and be included in the National Register of Citizens, be a part of we, the people of India, the nation. As people were pushed into what I describe as paper maze, or what Tarangini Sriraman in a different context calls documents Raj, because it's the rule of the documents, with a demand for an almost unending series of documents to prove one's citizenship identity, the potentially decitizenized people facing the crisis of losing their citizenship identity were left with almost unwavering that it was possible for them to produce the required documents and thus prove their citizenship in the end. I have spoken to a number of people who actually tell me that it's possible for them to prove their citizenship identity. So there's the lurking desire, which is much more important. The logic of the paper maze, in other words, is inescapably circular. One is not a citizen because one does not possess the papers and documents to prove it. One does not possess the papers and documents precisely because one is not a citizen. So you don't know how to get out of this maze. Derrida understood the problem brilliantly when he argued that law always foregrounds itself, as it were, without any history of its own, thereby asking everyone, regardless of their unique histories and contexts, to become intrinsic to it. In other words, law is always ahistorical because it keeps alive the belief that everyone could be part of it. To be incorporated as citizens in this case, by constantly urging them to fulfill what appear as the general obligations in this journey towards citizenization. Law inculcates in us the overpowering desire of becoming one of its intrinsic parts. Intrinsic is a word which Derrida used. By way of making everyone believe in the possibility of fulfilling its ever shifting and ever newer obligations and requirements, constantly rededicate ourselves to the task of collecting the required documents and never give up hope on this. In the anti-NRC protest, if the anti-NRC protest spread like wildfire, here is an account of only one of many such journeys given by Aman Wadud, an activist and an advocate of Guwahati High Court, who offers pro bono legal advice to the people in need. Quote, this is taken from one of his interviews with me. When notices were served to thousands of people in the first week of August 2019, only 24 to 48 hours before their hearings at places 300 to 400 kilometers away, overnight people sold their cattle and ornaments to hire vehicles and attended. See the desperation. 4 people died in different accidents while traveling. On the midnight of 5 August 2019, a bus carrying 24 passengers from Kamrup to Golaghat, around 300 kilometers away, was hit by a truck carrying children and women, and the truck was carrying molten tar near Guwahati. The passengers sustained injuries. They were treated at Guwahati Medical College Hospital. When Wadud reached the hospital past midnight, a woman was holding her 3-year-old daughter, both covered in molten tar. She was crying and asked what will happen to her NRC hearing scheduled next morning. Few incidents depict the urge for an NRC more than this. A section of the decitizenized people is given the freedom of re-citizenization. In other words, they can once again become citizens of India. However, the process does not turn out to be easy. Citizenship Amendment Bill 2016, passed only in late 2019 as an act, Citizenship Amendment Act by Parliament, is more explicit in this regard. The count of minority refugees as per the CAA remains restricted to the 6 communities of the Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Jains, Parsis, and Buddhists who migrated to India from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan before 31 December 2014. The absence of Muslims in the list should not escape our notice. The Act seeks to remove the tag of immigrants from 6 religious minorities and provides for their regularization as Indian citizens if they can prove that they, A, have been citizens of the specified countries prior to their immigration, B, have migrated to India on or before that date, and C, were forced to migrate from their respective countries for fear of persecution. Their identification as nationals of these countries as refugees rather than simple migrants and as minorities being the victims of persecution is essential for their regularization as citizens of India. The second example, and I'm giving you the example of how there has been a shrinkage of the denotation of citizenship that comes to my mind has to do with what I would call pandemic nationalism. The worldwide pandemic of COVID-19 has only invested the already narrowing denotation of nationalism with a neo-Malthusian turn. In the last chapter of his famous book, published in 1798, Malthus was arguing why compassion and sympathy for those who do not survive, thanks to the natural law of keeping the size of the population to a level that it can feed, through positive checks of natural disasters, epidemics, and pandemics, etc., do us no good. It was Malthus who pointed out that let those whom we cannot feed die if they do not take what he calls preventive checks. So nature takes its positive checks through such forms as epidemics, pandemics, earthquake, flood, so on and so forth. It is now estimated that close to 100 million poor and predominantly unskilled workers were stranded when the lockdown was declared on 24 March 2020 with only 4 hours notice. Their journey back home started since the first morning of the lockdown. By June, when the life became unbearable, thousands of them started walking back home, treading sometimes over 1,000 kilometers. We have horrible stories of their desperate journeys back home. More than 900 lives were lost, although the government does not seem to have any record of how many of them have died. In April, over 96% were left with a ration that could sustain them only for a day. Now, Azim Premji University has conducted a series of surveys on these stranded and the migrant workers. We heard stories of how they were intercepted for weeks at interstate borders, herded together like cattle, and were taken off their clothes and sprayed with powerful and lethal insecticides. Rajendran Narayanan of Azim Premji University, in a lecture delivered just a couple of days back, shows how MGNREGA has become the only lifeline available to the migrant workers who had migrated back home during the pandemic and either lost their jobs or were not paid their salaries or both. On the other hand, the scope of MGNREGA has been shrinking due to the paucity in the allocation of money or delay in payments or even denial of payments for technical reasons and so forth. Thus, the poor and unskilled migrant labor is literally asked to fend for them. And the state, as it were, has made up its mind in a neo-Malthusian fashion regarding who would live and who must die. So, borrowing from Esposito, this is his famous book called Immunitas, we may say that nationalism at the time of pandemics calls for not caring for any and every life, but, quote, the subordination of their death to the demands of our life. I come over to the second side, which is that people are called upon to perform the nation. The state weaves nationalism for others to embrace, enact, and perform. For nationalism over and above is a popular ideology, and it has no meaning if it does not grip the imagination of the masses. Performance, as Judith Butler tells us, consists not so much in following the script, but in making a variation in the script, adding a spin to it, a spin that is also characteristic of one who performs it, as much as it is political. Performative power, as Judith Butler argues, is the power that one retains as an indissoluble remainder of one's subjectivity while impersonating a role, in this instance that of a citizen, without inhabiting it. Let us see how. I'm citing an example from my own ethnography, which I conducted a few months back before the lockdown started. I met Firoz, and obviously I have changed the name on request, in September 2019 at Pailapul, a sleepy hamlet near Silchar on the road to Jiribam. Silchar-Jiribam Road is in fact part of the Asian highway constructed with much fanfare as part of India's Look or Act East policy of developing connectivity with Myanmar and the countries of Southeast Asia, and being benefited as a consequence from the prosperity of the powerhouse economies of the region, meaning Southeast Asia. Pailapul comparatively is a quieter border town of Assam, overlooking Manipur, and looks like a sore reminder of a policy that is yet to take off. I could hardly find any significant freight movement along this newly constructed road as long as I was there. The road has already undergone patches thanks to its little use and torrential rain that lashes the highway every now and then. After making several inquiries, Firoz could gather that his name had not figured in the final draft released on 30 July 2018. Now, this was the draft, it was the final draft. The register was yet to be completed on the basis of this final draft. He had to depend on others as he is completely illiterate and does not have the ability to make out from the list. He lost his parents very early in his life and came to Assam at a time when he could hardly grow as an adult. He could hardly return to the place where he was born as he had lost touch with it for over 40 years since he had left it and migrated to Assam. But he realizes the importance of his name being included in the NRC now and ran from pillar to post to accomplish the aim. He spent most of his savings in the process. Firoz was left with two alternatives. He could easily escape to neighboring Manipur, where the NRC was not being prepared, but he was fearful as Manipur had already been caught in the midst of an acute anti-immigrant frenzy, resulting in occasional attacks on the immigrants, mostly Bihari labor employed in the Imphal Valley, have been on the rise. He did not take time to realize that Manipur would not have been a safe place for him. And there was little to choose between Assam, where the updating of NRC was going on in full swing in an institutionalized manner, and Manipur, where the insurgents have taken law in their own hands and have been meting out summary justice to the immigrant labor who, according to them, have illegally migrated and settled in what they claim as the Meitei homeland. By the way, the Meiteis are the dominant ethnic community of Manipur, living largely in the Imphal Valley. He tried out the second alternative. He went to an influential local leader in Assam, who ironically was himself very vocal about the need for preparing an updated NRC in Assam. It was the local leader who steered him through the process against money, which for him was too hefty to bear with his uncertain daily wage earning job. All that he was narrating to me is indeed a lesson to learn for all of us. People would make good money by way of scouting the names included in any of the voters' lists published till the magic date of 1971, and whose descendants are either known as dead or remain permanently untraced due to the absence of their descendants. These names became important, for they allow their legacies to be thieved. You have to have some connection with somebody who has born before the midnight of 24th and 25th March 1971, which means the date when the genocide against the people living in East Pakistan started and was unleashed. So you have to have some sort of blood connection with somebody who was born before that magic date. And it is essential to find out such persons who don't have any descendants. Firoz takes a long pause as he keeps explaining his case, but they do not have to carry that. I mean, Muslims were clearly at an advantage because they do not have to carry the surnames of their fathers and forefathers. Legacy theft against payment of a hefty amount have taken place on a mass scale. That's what he said. With the effect that often genuine descendants or legatees, if there were any, were at a great disadvantage and found it impossible to get their names included in the updated NRC. Firoz has been successful, unlike many of his neighbors, at great expense. Inclusion has left him almost without any money. He became a citizen, but in the process, he lost his fortune. Similar stories, I suspect, will give credence to the fact of how subversion of the legal processes through such acts as stealing of legacies and faking links, with stolen legacies become what James Scott would have called weapon of the weak for becoming citizens. If Firoz could perform the nation in his lifetime, there were others who could perform the nation only through death. Malati Bala, a 52-year-old woman terminally ill and suffering from renal disease, figures in the list of doubtful and suspected of being a foreigner, and has been summoned by Foreigners Tribunal for appearing before it with all her documents. The rest of her family members do not have to suffer the humiliation of being branded as foreigners. Quote, I'm quoting Malati Bala. One can suffer the bodily pain, but one can hardly suffer the pain of a suspect of someone suspected of being a foreigner. I'm sure to die, but let me die in peace knowing that I am a citizen of this country. If Malati Bala struggles for citizenship before she dies, Dulal Chandra struggles for citizenship after his death. Now, this is ironic, but let us see how. About 2 years back, the court labeled Dulal Chandra Pal, a 65-year-old mentally deranged person from Assam's Brahmaputra Valley, as a foreigner, within quotes, Bangladeshi, in an ex-party case. Since then, he had been spending his days in the Tezpur detention center till he breathed his last on 13 October 2019. He fell ill while in the center and was sent to Guwahati Medical College, from where he could not return to the center. Government authorities made repeated requests to the family for receiving his dead body. Ashish, one of Dulal's sons, insisted that they were ready to receive Dulal's body on condition that he was declared an Indian in the first place. So their argument was that if he is a foreigner, let his dead body go to the foreign country he comes from. Ironically, Dulal's name was rejected after he had applied for inclusion in the NRC, in spite of the fact, I'm sorry, in spite of the fact that he had had the deed of conveyance of agricultural land in his favor way back in 1960, and the rest of his family members were duly included in the NRC. Dulal's family, being one of Indian citizens, refused to accept the body of someone who was not an Indian citizen. The government of Assam set up a committee with the mandate of persuading the family to agree to receive the dead body. Dulal Chandra's body that remains after his death lives with the hope of resurrecting itself by becoming a citizen of India, in the process making the state compromise on the new citizenship regime that it promises to introduce in Assam, and perhaps the rest of India as well. People like Dulal Chandra are the living dead that the body politic finds impossible to fully absorb and subsume. Thacker calls it a necrology of the core and describes it in the following terms. I quote, the core, that which remains after life, after health, after the vital, this thing that remains becomes at once that which the body politic concept struggles against, and that which provides the promise of a more perfect, resurrected body. In other words, the body never dies. In a sense, the central problematic of the body politic is this ontomedical revenant, the body that remains, unquote. I'm
Samir,
just skipping, yes.
5 minutes more, please.
Yes. So I'm just sort of skipping this part. I'm coming over to the last part, where nationalism is cited at the space of ethical practices. And my central argument is that probably nationalism is one of the competing paradigms of our ethical practices. I propose to cite a couple of ethnographies. I will just confine myself to one. From my research to illustrate how individuals had to bear the brunt while being involved in what they considered as ethical practices, regardless of their obligations to the nation. A gynecologist who had supervised the birth of a baby born to an allegedly Bangladeshi woman held in Raiganj prison lockup in 2011. Raiganj is in North Bengal, was subjected to severe forms of social ostracism, as he and his family are denied all the essential social services like those of barbers, washermen, etc., and the vendors in the local market refused to sell vegetables to them. Daily life became unusually difficult for this family. They had to move all the way to distant markets to stock up provisions. The children of the locality refused to play with his 3 daughters. The doctor, on condition of anonymity, told me, quote, I have done whatever I thought was necessary for me to do. Let others think of the nation, unquote. As a matter of fact, he had to suffer all this because of his ethical convictions. He is not known for his political convictions. He is not a member of any political party, nor an enthusiastic voter, nor is he known for his consistently radical views. Yet he dared to cross the line while responding to his professional calling. Let me now conclude. First of all, as nationalism is increasingly being dehyphenated from the state, it takes on a narrow and chauvinistic turn. It shrinks into the ever narrower circles around the globe with devastating consequences for the people. This has set up a series of state experiments with the innovative governing technologies. The old modes of nationalism are increasingly becoming a passe. Secondly, it will be wrong to think that the people are easily drawn into this form of nationalism and are only the passive and supine recipients of the state-driven nationalism. Insofar as they are called upon to perform nationalism, they do so in ways that are unique to them. The performance of nationalism indeed makes a difference to the state-fed nationalism. And thirdly, this is my final point, nationalism is not the only, but one of the competing benchmarks of our ethical practices, if at all. Our ethical world is by no means overwhelmed by the nationalism of the nation state. The forces and processes of globalization have provided us with not only the alternative ethical options, but the freedom of exercising our ethical choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was indeed a fascinating presentation of the development of nationalism with globalization as the main anchor of the change. And look at the wealth of material that Samir brings before us, from Benedict Anderson to Malthus to Judith Butler, to talk about the difference between paper citizenship and performative citizenship, plus his ethnographic research, which presents a very moving account of what nationalism does to people. And I've often wondered whether we social scientists could think of an alternative terminology, alternative concept of bringing people together, maybe a political community, because nationalism has wrought too many horrors. The presentation is open for discussion. We have about, I think, 15 minutes. We'll stop at 4:10. We are trying to make up for time so that people are not too tired by the time Shobhan makes his presentation at 6. So will people intervene, or will you write it on the notepad? Chandravalli, will you take over? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, Professor Dr. Shomir Kumar Das. Thank you, sir, for your exceptionally brilliant presentation. Now, as you have rightly presented in your paper, we came across three particular pictures or spheres of nationalism. Nationalism as a state-sponsored project, nationalism as a project where state calls upon its citizens to work in the interest of the state itself, and finally nationalism as a sphere of ethical practices. Now I would like Aniket to please present the questions so that I can put them in front of sir to be answerable. Aniket, please, can you advance the questions? Okay, he is telling that no questions have been posted yet.
There is
Now,
one question from Shubroto, which I see on the chat box.
okay, so sir,
It's
I
not a
will
question, it's a
request you.
comment.
Okay. Now, if there is no question, I have a question if I am permitted. So, sir, can I put the question before you?
Yes, of
It's
course. Carry on.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Actually, what I wanted to know that in this age of pandemic, COVID pandemic, what we find that avoiding and defeating all the forces of globalization, the grip of the state governments over the citizens is getting stronger and stronger. In the name of surveillance, in the name of monitoring the movements of people, in order to check the spread of this contagious virus, what the government of every state is doing is actually curbing each and every form of freedom of its citizens. So my question is, what do you think, sir? Even after this pandemic gets over, will it be able for this power loving state to really go back to its previous stage of limited authority, or will it continue with its authoritarian grip over its citizens' freedoms?
Ida, should I respond now?
Yes.
I think that there are two parts. One part of the question is that whether actually the state has been playing any role uh, vis-a-vis the pandemic. I say this because you know that in terms of uh, if you ask me to list out the schemes, for instance, what schemes the state has taken, what responses the state has made. I give you two examples. We have been working on these, and I had the occasion of sharing some of my views in other webinars as well. It actually requires one full webinar to thrash out the issues in this context. The first part of my response is that on the very first morning of lockdown, Barkha Dutt went to the interstate border of Delhi with Uttar Pradesh, and he saw milling workers who assembled there, desperate to go back. There was hardly any presence of police or administration there. In other words, you find a classic situation where the state has declared lockdown, and I had interviewed a number of medium to high level uh, leaders of the ruling political party at the center, and they have said, believe me, believe us, we had absolutely no
No
idea
idea.
of these stranded or these migrant people, of how many workers are actually there. So, in a sense, it's an honest confession, but at another level, uh, you if you if you come to believe, then obviously you know that they are simply not. I mean, you can't they can't be absolved of their responsibility at all. What I mean to say is this, that you know that you are confronted with a classic situation where the state has abdicated its responsibility, so it's not over administering things. So that's first part of my answer. And I can give you a number of examples, like, for instance, the other day, we were told that MGNREGA becomes the only lifeline. But Rajendran was actually calculating for how long the money has not been paid, for how many days the people had to wait, delayed payments and denial of payments. So all these things are there at one level. The second is then who governs. We have come across a situation where we see that actually, that the governing the pandemic is imperceptibly being shifted from the state to the society. In other words, the state is not taking any responsibility. It's like telling the society that you do whatever you like, and if you cannot do, then die. This is the classic case of neo-Malthusianism, that those who can't sustain themselves must die. And the state has a right to get rid of the people whom it considers as the excess. I give you two examples because it's a very interesting question of how nationalism gets articulated in this crisis of pandemic. One is that that look what the people have done. If our honorable prime minister is concerned about the nation, then obviously that we are concerned about our neighborhood. And you have examples of how neighborhood almost overnight set up the fences so that outsiders can't come in on their own. It's a voluntary initiative. If, for instance, that the pandemic hits the neighborhood, then all you have to do is to protect your family. If the pandemic hits your family, then obviously all you have to do is to protect yourself. You have horrible examples of how the elderly people who have run temperature in their bodies have been turned out of their homes. And they were found wandering aimlessly, only to be detected by the health workers subsequently. I have horrible ethnographies which have been conducted by my students on them. So this is one part of the story. That that there is absolutely acute absence of any sense of public good. You are running for your life. That's one part of the story. The second is that now what you see is this, that we are told that 2/3 of the migrant workers who have come back home, they're eager to go back and rejoin their work. But there is no work, in fact. And that the government, in fact, wants them to be exposed to the virus, and they become the harbingers of what is called herd immunity. Now, in order to attain herd immunity, 60% to 70% of Indians must be affected by the virus. With the current fatality rate, at least 3 crores of people must die in order to develop herd immunity. So that they are the people who are getting exposed, they are the people who are being carried back either to their home or to their workplace through Shramik specials. These are the special trains which carry them back. Their lives really don't matter. In other words, what I'm saying is that this is a classic case of abdication of responsibility. And this is what I would call social governance, why governing by the society becomes very, very important. I see one or two questions which have come here. So can I just make a very quick response to them?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think we'll stop at 4:10. Okay.
Okay. So we have 2-3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 minutes. Yeah.
5 minutes. So I want to give you 3-4 minutes to you. So
yeah, sure.
Okay. So that if you come to compare how, for instance, the states of the Northeast have handled the pandemic with how, for instance, rest of India have responded to the pandemic, I would say that if society becomes the kingpin of governance, the main agent of governance, then obviously it all depends on how strong the society is, so that it has the ability and resilience to respond to the pandemic. And the reason why the northeastern states have been faring well in terms of their pandemic record, whether in terms of infection or in terms of the fatality rate, it's remarkably low compared to the rest of India, then obviously it is precisely because you have a strong community which exists as a bulwark against the pandemic. I give you one instance because time is short. In the far off areas of, let's say, Myanmar, Mizoram border, what you see is that the local villagers, they are actually guarding the international border precisely because you know that they don't want the outsiders to come to their villages and spread the pandemic, spread the virus. This state is almost non-existent. And you can add up to these examples in number of times. It's no use multiplying the examples. But but the but the conclusion is that wherever the society is strong, wherever you have strong community initiative, you know they have been doing better. And wherever, particularly in urban areas where the community initiatives are not as strong, then obviously you know that the fatality rate is very high. Why is Dharavi doing better than metropolitan Mumbai? Precisely because you know that it's inhabited by the poor people, and they have the only resource that they are left with is their community support, nothing else. The 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 other question, it's not a question, just I would take half a minute. I think that Tagore's critique of nationalism is very, very apt in this context. I would just make it, and Meera was referring to probably was referring to one of my presentations where I had the occasion of speaking on Tagore's idea of nationalism, and Meera might remember that she was the discussant of that paper. Basically, you know that the idea is that to say that Tagore was opposed to nationalism would be wrong. Tagore was opposed to a kind of nationalism which is aggressive, rabid, and which doesn't have any relation, which is disembedded from its own roots. And he was avidly critical of the kind of nationalism that had grown in Japan, for instance. Precisely, particularly on the eve of the First World War. And he was so prophetic because Japan had to meet the tragedy of First World War precisely because you know that it had given birth to a very aggressive and rabid kind of nationalism. But for Tagore never used the term Indian nationalism. Tagore used a phrase in Bengali, it's called Bharat Chinta. In other words, thinking about India. Because for him, thinking about India is as much thinking about the world. And there is absolutely no opposition between them. I think I completely agree with Shubhrata's comment, so I will not elaborate on that.
And sir, there is one more question, sir. That question was on, I think, some Kingshuk Panda. He raised a question. Do you think that ethical nationalism works in today's political perspective in India?
I think I have answered the question, but to take you back to whatever I have said very quickly, I have said that when you are required to perform the nation, you add a spin to it, which is uncharacteristic of the way the state understands nationalism. Because every performance is a variation of the way, for instance, the nation state wants you to perform the nation. I have drawn on my own ethnography in order to illustrate it. The second is, my second response to it is this, that sometimes, you know, you don't mind moving away from the state-fed nationalism while being involved in ethical practices. And I say this because you know that probably the context of globalization has made it possible for you to try out the alternatives. There are alternative ways of becoming ethical rather than being national. In other words, being national and being ethical are not exactly the same thing. And globalization has actually probably opened up these possibilities. Thank you.
I think we'll end here. Samir, I'll get back to you because there's really very little time. But I think it's a fascinating presentation and it was so comprehensive that it was difficult to focus on one aspect. You covered a wide array. I just want to raise one question, or rather an issue. Is it time to rethink the distinction between civic nationalism and organic ethno-nationalism? How quickly once, ethno-nationalism takes over the whole notion of civic nationalism, and how the notion of the people becomes increasingly restricted. It may be time for political scientists in India to actually get away from this Western distinction that England, America, and France were civic nations, the rest of the world was ethnic nationalism, because I think whether it's France or whether it's the US, they have become equally ethnocentric. It's just a suggestion because I feel these distinctions now have to be questioned. And I think Samir raised to the forefront the validity, is it valid, this distinction? But I look forward to younger people working under your guidance on nationalism. Thank you.
Shall we wait for announcement or we move straight into the next session?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Now, with this, we end our brilliant session 1, where we had Professor Dr. Das speaking about nationalism in India and chaired by Dr. Neera Chando. Now, I shall be glad to declare the beginning of our second session. In this session, we are going to have Dr. Neera Chando, Professor, Department of Political Science, Delhi University, and Distinguished Fellow at the Center for Equity Studies, Delhi. Madam, she will be delivering her speech, her lecture on secularism and civil society, and this session will be chaired by Honorable Professor Dr. Shomir Kumar Das. So I would request both sir and madam to begin this session, please.
Thank you, Dr. Das. I do not think Professor Neera Chandok needs any introduction. Not because I know her, but because anyone who is studying social science is familiar with her writings. Her writings are of theoretical nature, but to say that they are of theoretical nature is not to say that they are disembedded from the empirics. I have read her works, and let me claim it, extensively. And let me say that I have been benefited immensely by her works, full of insights. I consider her, like I have said, that I consider her as one of the leading theoreticians of the country as well as of this region, who, how do I put it, who actually strives hard to make both ends meet, in the sense that her reference to India, her reference to South Asia as a region, her reference to the countries where the so-called political theory or social and political theory have not emerged, bear out unusual insights, which probably the Western mainstream theory would find hard to absorb. And in that sense, you know that her contribution lies precisely in destabilizing some of the founding assumptions of Western social and political theory. I will not take much of your time. I will rather say that today she will be speaking on a subject that is to be regarded as her subject, secularism and democracy. She has written extensively on both these themes, and let's see how she organizes her arguments today. Uh, Let us all listen to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir. Okay, now it's not the best of times to defend the norm of secularism. Secularism has been dismissed from political life, and in somewhat very crude and very uncivil language, it is no longer even pseudo-secularism, it is secularism. I don't think the distortion of the term is particularly interesting. It speaks of constricted political imaginations, and it actually foments ignorance, as I will try to show in the next 40 minutes. The dismissal of the concept of secularism and the concept of tolerance, which is an attendant principle, I think has led to a closing of the Indian mind, and the rot runs deep. But it is precisely in these troubled times that we need to rethink what is secularism about. We need to get rid of the shibboleths which have accompanied the discussion on secularism. And frankly, I think in India, secularism has been overloaded. It has been subjected to an overload. And I will try and at the end argue that secularism is a procedural concept. There's only so much it can stand. It's not a thick concept like justice. It is a thin procedural concept which is endowed with a particular task, and that of regulating relationships between the state and various religious groups. And if we burden it with tasks of national integration and unity and gender justice, I think that is one of the reasons why secularism is threatened to implode. Now, the wider objective of talking about secularism is to negotiate a specific question. How do people who speak different languages, who subscribe to different religions, who hold different ways of belief, learn to live together in a society with harmony and civility, if not more? How is it that we can ensure that people who belong to different religions do not kill each other? Because unfortunately, this is precisely what has happened in India since the last decades of the 19th century. And I would at the beginning argue that secularism is part of the democratic imagination. It does not stand alone. It is not a concept that can stand all the burdens that have been placed upon it. Secularism should be derived from the Article 14, that is the principle of equality. In a democracy, if we have the right to live as we want, educate ourselves in the way we want, marry who we want, love who we want, allow our children to marry who they want, eat what we want, practice our religion as we want, then that is the task of democracy. And that aspect of democracy, which deals with the status of different religious communities, India is a multi-religious society, belongs to the domain of secularism, and democracy and secularism, I will argue, are companion concepts. There is, of course, a big debate on whether secularism, which has developed in the West, is suitable for India, which is a religious society. Now, I think this is based upon a fundamental misunderstanding of what secularism is about. And it's based upon an even more fundamental misunderstanding how concepts evolve in different historical situations. The first distinction I want to point out is secularism is not atheism. Atheism belongs to the realm of non-belief. You don't believe in God. Secularism is not concerned with whether you believe in God or don't believe in God. It is concerned with one very simple fact, that all religious communities should be equal in the eyes of the state. Secondly, we have to distinguish between secularization and secularism. Secularization is a product of the Enlightenment in Europe. It is the rule of reason. It is the rule of philosophy. And it is the era when religion was sought to be privatized, or what you believe, how you worship, is a matter for your private life. In the public realm, religion will not be spoken of. Now, Western philosophers have actually gone back on this kind of notion of secularization. And Professor Habermas, Jürgen Habermas, the greatest living philosopher, is now 90 years old. He's just finished a book in German, 1,600 pages, saying secularism and philosophy. I'm sorry, religion and philosophy. It has been translated into English. So obviously the whole idea of religion being banished from the public realm, even in Europe, has been subjected to rethinking. And when you look at France, the emblematic nation which adopted secularism, in its hands, secularism has actually become an instrument of tyranny against the immigrant population or those who had come to France many years ago. Secularism, however, is a concept. It was not used in Western theory. It came up in India, and it came up in a very specific manner. You see, if we look at the 19th century in Bengal, an intellectual debate starts on the notion of Hinduism. What is Hinduism about? And of course, it is sparked off modern Indian political thought by Raja Ram Mohan Roy's exploration into the notion of Hinduism. I may point out that the way that Hinduism was understood and continues to be understood in India was heavily dependent upon the colonial construct of what Indian religion is. We have to remember that the British were not Catholic, they were Protestant. And in Protestantism, religion is abstract, metaphysical, rational. It has nothing to do with gray areas such as belief in saints or belief in rivers or belief in mountains, as Catholics are wont to do. Protestantism is a product of rationalism. When the colonialist comes to India, the whole school of Orientalism has been talking about it. This is not a new debate. It took place in history. What did they discover? India actually has 6 streams of philosophy. And it also has Vedanta coming up as a very abstract metaphysical religion, which was privileged by the European colonialists as the religion, which is that Indian. Now, how is it that they did not look at, for example, Samkhya philosophy, which is rationalist and materialist, or look at Charvak, which is materialism? Charvak has nothing to do with rebirth or do with, any idea of detachment. Charvak is completely materialistic. It is the most challenging political philosophy that I have ever read. And there has been a rediscovery of Charvak, but the colonialists, in their interpretation of India, gave privileged position to Vedanta, which incidentally has been challenged by all kinds of streams within Vedanta. Samkhya, for instance, and sage Kapila challenges Vedanta, and they were not without the Vedantic tradition. So the Vedanta becomes a kind of a public ethic ever since the days of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, because when he started to rescue Hinduism from the attacks of the missionaries, what did he look at? He looked at the Vedanta. An intellectual debate on Hinduism in Bengal comes to Maharashtra in the last part of the 19th century. And their religion is attached to the project of a nation state. We have to remember Tilak. I'm sorry, but the Bengali discourse on religion was completely hijacked by the nation state project. When you have religion being attached to a nation state project, you have the makings of trouble. You have the makings of a communal war. Because in the process, in 1871, we have to remember, the British published the first census, the colonialists. And in that census, they had only 2 categories, Hindus and Muslims. There were lots of gray areas in both categories, but everybody, all kinds of cults, all kinds of sub-religions, including Jains, Buddhism, which was the biggest challenge to Vedanta, Brahmanical, metaphysical, upper caste, which had nothing to do with what was happening on the ground, for example, caste discrimination or discrimination against women, were all lumped into Hinduism. And suddenly you have the makings of demographic consciousness and, of course, the making of a nation state. Samir spoke of Assam, and in Assam, it's very interesting that in 1921, the Census Commissioner, O'Donnell, I think his name was, if I'm not mistaken, in the report on Assam, said very specifically, Assam is going to be overrun by the Muslims. There's only one district that is going to be Hindu, and that is Sivasagar. In other words, in India, religion becomes politicized in the public realm. Now, we are not talking of religion as faith. We are talking of religion as politics. Politics in the hands of the colonial power and politics in the hands of the nationalists. When Vivekananda gives his very famous speech, I was looking at it recently, why is it that he privileges the Vedanta over other streams of philosophical thinking, which are more critical, which are more rationalistic, which are more materialistic? Because Batilal and the rest of the philosophers in the early 20th century and the middle 20th century were to say that actually Indian nationalists wanted to get respect in the eyes of the colonialists, and Vedanta approximated so closely to Protestantism that it becomes a public ethic. And the words are mine, this is not Matilal's words, but he has said it repeatedly that in a way it was a public ethic ever since the British made it. Secondly, we have to remember Vivekananda colonizes Buddhism. Buddhism was the greatest political challenge to Hinduism. What did he say? Buddha is what? The 8th avatar of Hinduism? So in a way, Buddhism, the critical aspect of Buddhism is kind of whittled down. And we have religion as pure politics. There is a very interesting debate on a very important Bengali philosopher, Krishna Chandra Bhattacharya, 1928, Swaraj and Ideas, in which he talked about how is it that we appropriate the Western idiom, and he said appropriate into our own language. Now, in 1984, there was a special issue of Philosophical Quarterly, which dealt with KCB. And a couple of philosophers pointed out, when you speak of religion in India, or when you speak of culture in India, and you're defending Indian culture, which culture? The culture of the Tantra, culture of medieval India, the erotic paintings of Khajuraho? Or are you talking about the Vedanta? Is everybody Brahmanical? Now, it strikes me that if Indian nationalists had privileged a critical religion like Charvak, maybe we would have been more conscious of the inequalities of our own society. But we have the unhappy situation where India is spiritual, the West is materialistic. I remember the late Kapila Vatsyayan saying, India may be spiritual, we are also very materialistic. Now that aspect of caste oppression, that aspect of gender oppression, that aspect of neglect of tribal rights, or even recognition of our Adivasis as equal subjects of the British Empire and then citizens, was completely neglected. We became so entranced with religion. So there, you have religion as two forms of politics. One to assert itself against the colonial power, one to assert itself against each other. So we have the makings of Islam, politicized Islam, and a politicized Hinduism, which confronted each other in very murderous ways. 1920s was one of the periods of greatest communal strife because religion gets attached to the nation-state project. I know we spoke the language. We did not speak the language of religion, but religion was not too far away from even the imaginings of secular congressmen. In 1927, however, there was a countervailing tendency, and we have to, as political scientists, look at tensions. 1927, the Secretary of State challenges the Congress leadership, show us you can produce a constitution which is acceptable both to Hindus and to Muslims. Now, this is in the aftermath of the critique of Simon Commission. The Congress at its 1927 session decides to set up an all-party committee under the chairpersonship of M.A. Ansari. They create a constitution, the Motilal Nehru Constitution of 1928. It had several very remarkable features. One was universal adult franchise. The other was an integrated list of social, economic, political, and civil liberties. But thirdly, they gave to the minorities rights. So it's not as if there were no countervailing tendencies against the politicization of religion. Interesting part is that the all-party committee went to the Muslim League and said, join us in the all-party committee. And the Muslim League, apparently leaders of the Muslim League said, we want separate electorates. And the Congress leadership said, we're not giving you separate electorate, we'll give you minority rights. Minorities were given the right to their culture. 1928, this is the background of the League of Nations and the thinking about minority rights in that part of the century. 1931, there is a very big riot in Kanpur. 400 people die. We've got so used to hearing about deaths in thousands, but 400 was a big number. And the Congress meets in Karachi, and Gandhi says, and it's very interesting, I want to read out what Gandhi said because this has a bearing on how we see secularism. Gandhi says, moving the Karachi resolution on fundamental rights, he says, 31st March 1931 said, though Islamic and Aryan cultures are not mutually exclusive, we must recognize that Muslims look upon Islamic culture as distinct from Aryan. Let us therefore cultivate tolerance. Religious neutrality is another important provision, he said. Swaraj will not favor Hinduism any more than Islam, nor Islam more than Hinduism. Let us from now, Gandhi is saying, adopt the principle of state neutrality in religious affairs. The point I'm trying to make is secularism is a product of specific happenings in India. The colonization of the Indian imagination, of the Indian intellectual discourse, the making of a freedom struggle, which harnessed itself to the nation-state project, the coming up of competitive nationalism and competitive nation-state imaginary, communal riots, because every time you think of a nation-state, you are thinking of a state of your own in exclusion from others, and attempts to neutralize this tendency. In fact, in 1931, there was a very important document which was written by the Congress, which Gyan Pandey has said is one of the most comprehensive declarations of secularism. We will adopt state neutrality. Minorities are given rights. The interesting part is nobody mentioned secularism. Nobody knew what secularism was about. Is it about the Western notion of the separation of religion and politics? How do you separate religion and politics when religion and politics are so intermixed in your nationalist politics, let alone colonial discourses? I met somebody who belonged to the Congress, and he tells me that even today when the Congress has its session, they sing Vande Mataram. And it's very interesting. It's only after Bhagat Singh introduces Inqilab Zindabad that Vande Mataram is dropped in favor of the more secular, sorry, but Vande Mataram is a very Sanskrit concept, in favor of Inqilab Zindabad. So in a way, the imagery, the iconography of nationalism was Hindu. And this led to suspicion, this led to skepticism. And of course, then you have the politicization of Islam. You also have the politicization of Sikhism. In the Constituent Assembly, secularism is talked of, particularly in the preamble, because they decide against inserting a clause in the name of God, like the American Constitution does. And they said no reference to religion, but secularism itself is never explained. Secularism is not used in the Constitution, 1950. But, you know, Nehru keeps saying, you guys don't know what is secularism, but nobody ever tells us what secularism is about. It is only after partition and after independence, because we have to remember that the other side of independence was partition. You are in Bengal, I come from Punjab, and both of us know that our republic was formed in the middle of bloodshed. How can we explain the inheritance of violence when we saw the other side of independence make partition? Perhaps partition was the price that India had to pay for independence. But the point is, the leadership of the Congress was very wary. Nehru was very wary of aligning religion with politics. In 1948, Nehru goes to the famous Aligarh Muslim University. And in the Aligarh Muslim University, he says, what does secularism mean? We don't have another good word for secularism in Hindi. He says, secularism, we can't go back to the medieval ages where religion was aligned with politics. We have to think of secularism as state neutrality. But the most comprehensive enunciation of secularism is again by Jawaharlal Nehru, the preface. He wrote a preface to a book written by a Raghavendra Prasad. It was called Dharam Nirpeksh Rajya. Dharam Nirpeksh in Hindi means separation of religion and politics. And Nehru says secularism means three things. A, it means freedom of religion, including freedom for those who don't have a religion. Secondly, it means equality between religions. And thirdly, it means the state will not adopt a religion. Now, you see, you don't have to think of secularism as freedom because that is given by Article 19. You don't have to think of secularism as equality. That is granted by Article 14 of the Constitution. And Article 25 of the Constitution gives you the right to worship. The core of secularism is state neutrality. After that, the most definitive, I mean, I'm jumping years, but the most definitive pronouncement of secularism comes from the Supreme Court, Bommai case, after the Babri Masjid fell. And in the Bommai case, practically every honorable justice said, secularism means Sarv Dharam Sambhav. Now, Bhikkhu Parekh has said Sarv Dharam Sambhav. So Bhikkhu Parekh has written, the Sarv Dharam Sambhav is a Vedantic concept. Islam doesn't have a concept of different paths to the truth. Christianity doesn't have a concept of different paths to the divine. You know, I studied in a convent. The first thing we were taught, 10 commandments. First commandment is, you shall obey no other God besides me. That's blasphemy. And the Buddhists and the Jains don't even have the notion of our divine or of God. Now, how are you in a multi-religious society saying secularism means Sarv Dharam Sambhav? And this has been repeated by the Supreme Court again and again. Secularism means equality of all paths to the divine, but is it itself a principle which is taken from the Vedanta? A little bit of interesting biography here. You know, every time the Supreme Court has to pronounce on religion and religious conflict, the honorable judges go and read Radhakrishnan. Now, Radhakrishnan's 2 volumes on Indian philosophy were quintessentially Oriental. He didn't make any attempt to give you a different picture of Hinduism or even take into account the 6 different streams of Hinduism, or even understand, you know, the moment you say that India is spiritual, the West is materialistic, you're actually going back to the German romantics who said India is like a child. The West has become cynical under materialism. Now, what does being a child mean? You are pre-adult, you have to be brought to maturity. And the logical consequence of German romanticism, when Hegel writes his philosophy of right, is that in India, philosophy and religion have never been separated. India used to have a great philosophy, ancient India. It migrated to the West, and then philosophy develops from Greece to Germany, where he saw himself as the most distinguished proponent of freedom. And he says, India deserves to be conquered, deserves to be colonized, because it has no philosophy. Now, Hegel, none of these guys knew anything about the debates in Buddhism. They knew nothing about the debates in other sections of Indian philosophy. But they say because philosophy and religion have not, philosophy and religion have not been separated, India is childlike. So when Vivekananda, you know, we have to take a critical perspective towards the articulators of our national ethic. And when Vivekananda, India is spiritual and the West is materialistic, what are you doing? You're falling into the colonial trap. And it is precisely this what Radhakrishnan did. And till today, the colonial construction of Hinduism continues to influence interpretations of secularism. My final point. I think we need to secularize secularism. We need to actually take it away from the dominant religion, and that is Hindu, because from the notion that secularism means Sarv Dharam Sambhav, comes the other judgment, which is Hinduism is a way of life, it's not a religion. Now, in all this mystification, you forget that there are other religious groups within the country. You have to honor their sensibility. And this can only be done when we ground secularism in the antecedent principle of equality, that is Article 14 of our Constitution. Finally, very, very finally, let me suggest that democracy and secularism are companion concepts. That means you can't put upon secularism the task of reforming communities, which is being done again and again by the court when it says gender justice. Of course, there must be gender justice. That is a job for democracy. Secularism is only concerned with the relationship of the state to different religious communities, with a weaker principle of equality, that is non-discrimination. Let us forget about substantive equality. And in a way, secularism must be thought of as a thin procedural concept. When you want to reform religious communities, why must you go to secularism? Why can't we go to democracy? Democracy has to be burdened more, and we must unburden secularism and see it as a concomitant principle of Article 14. It has to be taken up separately because we've had this history of communal rights. And therefore, we have to think of the two as companion concepts. Thank you very much. Thank you, Samir. I've finished.
Thank you. I think it's a very interesting presentation, and it goes against the grain in the sense that we are told constantly that secularism is the keystone of India body politic, or the body politic in India, rather than democracy. You are arguing for turning the hypothesis around, and let's see how the audience responds. So the floor is now open. Who's going to initiate?
Chandravali, can't hear you.
Yes, unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Madam Dr. Neera Chandok and Dr. Samir Das, for this brilliant session. Now I would make the floor open for interaction, and I would request Aniket to present the questions. Now, this time also find no questions have been posted yet, but I feel once the ball gets rolling, questions will come up as it happened in case of Dr. Das. So let me be the first questioner. If sir and madam, both of you permit, let me put the first question. First of all, thank you, madam, for your brilliant presentation. Now, what I feel in today's world, as more and more the governments of the states are failing to manage the regular affairs, they are more and more clinging over to religionism instead of secularism. For instance, let us take the very example of our government, the government of India, when it is failing to fulfill the basic promises it made while winning the elections, when it is failing to meet the needs of the people, it is switching over to issues like Ram Mandir and Babri Masjid. And the same thing has happened even in the Middle East and in the West, when we recently found that Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey, he actually, having failed to manage the COVID pandemic and all other things like unemployment and rising poverty, he turned the very secular museum into a mosque. So what I feel, madam, that in today's world, secularism is getting a back seat, and religionism and this type of, I should say, religious fundamentalism is coming forward. So I would request you to comment on this.
Nida, let me intervene. There is a question from Amit, Professor Amit Te. I read it out for you. Do you think that pluralistic traditions in Indian culture can help us to secularize secularism?
Should I answer?
Just permit me 1 minute, and then you will say the last word. I think what you were essentially arguing is to divorce public ethics from any organic connection with any religion, or for that matter, any bounded culture. And what I see in your presentation, and please correct me if I'm wrong, some sort of constitutional patriotism that Habermas was talking about. And you have referred to Habermas in a different context.
Yes.
But I see distinct echo of Habermas in your presentation when you are actually talking, when you are viewing public ethics as basically a set of principles or modes which can be isolated from religion and culture. Now, my first question is that this goes against the organic theory, which says that public ethics also has its roots in the culture from which it grows. And I take you back to what you began with, that every principle has its own context within which it acquires its meaning. You began with that defining principle, and then you know that your presentation seems to you conclude in a way which sounds divergent from the way you began with. If you ask me, then I would say that even then, you know, that I would tend to believe that even the quote unquote public also has its anchorage in the society, and it's very difficult to disembed the public from the society within which it functions. So I stop here. There is it's not a question. There is a technical issue, which means that some people are unable to hear us. I don't know how we can make us hear. But anyway, it's over to you. So we will get about 4 to 5 minutes, because I guess that the questions are now asked, comments have been offered. Now it's for you to respond.
Thank you, Samir.
But I enjoyed your presentation. I must say, it's not as usual. Thank you. Go ahead,
No,
please.
it was very perceptive observation. But let me try and answer that. Yes, of course, Chandrabali, I think it is a diversionary tactic. And what I'm trying to argue is that actually this politicization of religion we have to trace it back to the end of the 19th century. Just looking at history, if you look at the instance of the first religious procession that went berserk and there was a first communal riot, it happened in Maharashtra under Tilak, who set out, and it incidentally happened as political scientists after the first reform which introduced representation in the local self-government. So we have to figure out whether religion is being politicized for power. Because this is, when was the first, after 1857? 1871, right? If I'm not getting my dates wrong. And shortly afterwards, you know, this rioting happens. So in a way, unfortunately, we have come to the conclusion that even in capitalist societies, representative democracy in markets, competition in the market, can evoke these sentiments. I'll come to that when I come to Samir's question. So that is one kind of, if of course these are diversionary tactics, which doesn't mean they are not real. but they are being used. But then everything, including Riya Chakravarti and Bollywood, is being used these days as diversionary tactics. I can't understand why entire evenings are spent. I mean, I put off the television to cut. There's no news. That is true. Not only the government, but also the media is complicit in it. Can our pluralistic traditions help us to rescue secularism? Of course they can. I remember in that debate on KCB in the Philosophical Quarterly, I think it's Rajendra Prasad, the philosopher, who raises, this is 1984 issue. He raises the issue, he says, what does culture do for us? What is it that we expect of culture? Because Krishna Chandra Bhattacharya had said that, we have to instill pride in our own culture. So he talks, Rajendra Prasad talks of a novel written by Anantamurthy, the Kannadiga writer. The novel is called Sanskar. It's a very interesting novel. It starts off with Praneshcharya, who's a very upper caste Brahmin in a Kannadiga village, in a Kannada village. He's the epitome of knowledge. He knows his Vedas inside out, backward, forward, Upanishad, the entire Vedantic tradition. Now, he's supposed to be someone who knows exactly what to do where rituals are concerned, where life is concerned, where how you live your life is concerned. Early in the morning, he gets a message. There is a Brahmin who's died. Now, the Brahmin is a renegade Brahmin. He doesn't observe all the protocols or all the taboos of the Brahmanical class. He drinks, he eats meat, and he also lives with a, lower caste woman, so-called lower caste woman. And this woman comes to tell Praneshcharya that this man had died overnight. The entire Brahmanical community gets together and said, this renegade Brahmin will not be cremated in the cremation site where normally Brahmins are cremated because he's a renegade. And Praneshcharya doesn't know what to do. Nobody cooks in that village. There's a dead body lying it's lying in their precincts. As you say, in Hinduism, nobody lights the fire when there is a dead body unless funeral rites are performed. Plague overtakes that. I mean, there's a state of complete inertia. And Rajendra Prasad asks, how does Praneshcharya's knowledge of Vedanta or Hinduism, high traditions as we call it, help him to overcome a moral dilemma? And I found that very interesting, that unless you problematize the notion of culture, what is it that culture does for you? Instead of glamorizing a culture, you ask, how does that culture allow you to develop your critical faculties? Does it allow you to meet dilemmas? Because life is a series of dilemmas. You can't be told do this and don't do that. Unless it allows you to critically engage with your own society, that culture is of no use as intellect. And I think it's a very interesting novel, and the way that the philosopher has used it to show that knowledge of your culture gives you no resources with which to deal with the problems of everyday life. And finally, Samir, what happened is I really did not touch upon the substance of public ethics. What my simple argument is that, look, how do you privatize religion like the Europeans did when religion had become a tool in the hands of the colonialists and in the hands of the nationalists? And I think the nationalists probably did it very unwittingly. They fell into the trap of the colonial discourse. Do you know the British never asked their own citizens what religion they belonged to? Because they have had a civil war. Only in 1931, if I remember correctly, there was a question in the census, yes, but it was voluntary. The answer was voluntary. You don't have to say whether you're a Catholic or a Protestant or some other. But the first question they ask Indians in their first census is, what religion do you belong to? Now, religion becomes a tool, but it also becomes a mode of divisiveness. So my issue is that how can you model yourself on the European concept of secularization when the opposite has happened in India and you've had politicized religion? The problem is that there was competitive politicization. The Sikh community was up in arms, wanting a different state. I mean, everybody kind of used religion as a tool to define their identity, to define themselves. If you have to have secularism, that you cannot ignore political religion, of course, public ethic has to be rooted. The problem with Habermas is that he sees religion as a source of values. And we have seen religion as a source of divisiveness, politicized religion, not religion as faith. Because we have to distinguish between religion as faith and religion as politics. Now, if you have religion as politics in the public domain, then either you treat all religions equally, give them prominence in the public sphere, or you bar each of them equally from the public sphere. But you cannot discriminate in favor of one religion, even if it is a majority religion, and discriminate against others, because that would be going against the fundamental ethics of your constitution. So I'm not saying bar religion. Problem with Habermas is that he allows religion in civil society, but it must not enter the state. Now, you can't help that. You know, how can you not help religion entering the state when in parliament we see people in monks' robes, you know, wearing saffron robes and propagating a Hindu way of life? I think that should not be allowed. Either you allow everybody or you allow nobody. I mean, that's the fundamental, but I really did not develop the notion, but your question is well taken, that I can see how it might, my argument might well be contradictory. I didn't mean it, I didn't touch on that.
Neera, you have two more questions if you'd like to respond to. One is more in the nature of a comment, which is this, that where do you situate Gandhi, who refuses to admit any distinction between religion and politics in your discourse? And the second question is, in fact, you have partly answered this question, but this is a more focused question, that how do you respond when, for instance, religion becomes a source of division, when it is utilized for purposes which are not religious?
Yeah.
So these are the two questions, if you could briefly respond to them.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You know, I don't want to criticize Gandhi, but I think in various aspects we have to understand that he did not, he underestimated the hold of religion as a mode of politics. Like he underestimated the hold of caste. So according to him, caste should not be annihilated, but of course, Hindus must change. Now, it's a point of view, but it is also very, very kind, very generous. People don't change if their caste is a mode of power. And similarly, I would situate Gandhi in the secularism tradition of non-discrimination. He never discriminated between communities. But his notion of religion and politics religion being a source for morality of politics could be seen as leading to many other problems. For instance, I remember making a presentation in Pakistan, in Lahore, and people were up in arms saying he introduced religion into politics. Now, that is irrespective of the fact, so did Jinnah. You know, or so did that man Rahmat Ali, who dreamt of Pakistan sitting on top of London bus. So in a way, I don't know, I find it very difficult to situate Gandhi. I don't know, Samir, whether there is a different category we have to think of when it comes to Gandhi. He's neither liberal nor Marxist, neither secular nor communal. We'll probably have to think of different categories for people like him. He would not be communal in the sense that Savarkar was communal, but he was also not secular in the way that Nehru was secular. So, you know, I don't know whether we have to think of new categories. I wonder. The second one, source of division, how do you do it? First of all, make it very clear this is not a matter of faith we are talking about. Ayodhya was not a matter of faith. Ayodhya was politics. And if I have 2 seconds more, I just want to... There was a philosophical question medieval Catholic monks used to ask. They used to ask the question, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Now, it seems a silly question. Obviously, angels can't dance. They're not corporeal bodies. They are transcendental beings. But the question, in fact, explained the nature of time and space. You see, if a second angel wants to dance on the pin, it has to push off the first angel, with the result that space is always contested. Time is inclusive because within a single moment in time, you have millions of things happening. The moment that Mahant Raghuveer Das went to the colonial government and said Lord Ram was born at that exact space at which the Muslims offered prayers in the 19th century, you had the makings of a communal situation. They didn't opt for anything else. Only one angel can dance on the head of the pin. So if the temple has to be established, the mosque has to go. So, in a way, the notion of accommodation is not there in religion. When religion is used as politics, it's a mode of power. And the sooner we recognize that, I am not opting for an instrumentalist theory. I think people are religious, but between being religious and using your religion to deny another his religion or her religion, there has to be a trigger. Now, who sets off this transition from the impulse to murder and the murder itself? There has to be a trigger, and that trigger has to be organizations or entrepreneurs whom you can call the merchants of death. They are the ones who play upon your emotions and tell you your religion is in danger, with the result that the other person has to be swept off. I mean, both religions are guilty of it. We can't hold one responsible, except that minorities are more vulnerable. That is where I'd stop, I think.
Thank you, Nira. Your presentation has been exciting, but probably much more exciting was your responses to our questions. This has made it truly polemical. And let me confess that I learned a lot. It was really an educating experience for me. Thanks a lot. And it's over to the organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Now, what I feel, this has been a really brainstorming session, and I am really at a pain to declare the end of such a brainstorming and wonderful session. Still, we have to move ahead. That is the stark reality. So, now moving towards the beginning of our academic session 3. In this session, we are going to have Professor Dr. Amit De as our speaker. He will be delivering his lecture on medieval Indian political thought with special reference to public opinion. And this session is going to be chaired by Honorable Professor Shobhan Lal Dattagupta. Now, please, Professor Shobhan Lal Dattagupta, over to you.
I thank the organizers for arranging this particular session, and I would like to specially congratulate them for inviting, I think, the right speaker of this session, Professor Amit De, a very good old friend of mine. He is actually a specialist in, say, Islamic studies, Islamic history, although he teaches in the Department of History, Calcutta University, and associated with the Center for Advanced Studies. The topics that he has chosen, that is perspectives on political thought and public opinion in medieval India, I think he is the right person who can speak authoritatively on this subject. And without wasting any time, I now invite Professor De to deliver his address. Over to Professor De.
Respected Chair, Professor Shobhan Lal Dattagupta, respected Principal, Dr. Abhijit Ganguly, organizers, Dr. Chandravali Das, Dr. Sudakshina Sarkar Roy, and others. I am particularly grateful to Dr. Subroto Bakshi for incentivizing me to speak on certain aspects of political thinking in pre-colonial India at a time when Islam is being stereotyped not only in the subcontinent, but perhaps beyond, as an intolerant, dogmatic, and unchanging religion. So under such circumstances, we should try to explore whether Islam can sustain, whether medieval political thinkers could sustain the pluralistic tradition of South Asia. That is very much relevant. That was further elaborated by Gandhi and Tagore, as reflected in the talks of my fellow speakers. I'm also enthralled by the lectures of my fellow speakers, Professor Shomir Kumar Das and Professor Neera Chandoke. They have spoken on nationalism, facets of nationalism, and aspects of secularism. So under such circumstances, mine is an extension of that idea, and I will be extending my thinking to medieval South Asia, because there had been efforts not only from the colonial authorities, but even in the aftermath of our bloody vivisection, there had been efforts to vilify this medieval Indian history. There had been nefarious attempts to reconstruct medieval Indian history. Let us try to emancipate our scholarship from such motives, as also in their flashes, Professor Chandoke and Professor Das has reflected such tendencies that is reflected in our modern polity in the 21st century. So I think it would be relevant to discuss political thinking in pre-colonial South Asia. Now the major debate will be revolving around certain issues. There's a time constraint, and there should be an interaction. So we shall focus upon such major debates that will enable us to understand whether there was any pluralistic tendency in medieval political thinking, or whether that was molded exclusively by a Sharia-centric approach when we see the evolution of political ideas in pre-colonial India. That is, medieval India experienced two long-standing empires, as we know. So it's a very challenging task to speak on these two empires within 45 minutes, but I shall try my best. That is the Delhi Sultanate, several centuries, and also followed by the Mughal Empire, again several centuries. The question is how it was possible for the Delhi Sultanate and the Mughals to rule India for so many centuries. Had it been exclusive, had it been dogmatic, it would not have been possible to rule India for so many centuries. That is the entry point of my argument. Was that political thought influenced by Islamic theology? Was it exclusively Sharia-centric, that is the canon law of Islam, whether that guided the political thinking in medieval India? Or was it in conformity with the prevalent cosmopolitanism that we see reflected in the Delhi Sultanate and also the Perso-Islamic tradition sustained by the Mughals? That should be studied. Now, Badauni's Muntakhabut Tawarik begins with Sabuktugin, that is the father of Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna. Not from the Arab conquest of Sindh. As you know, in the 8th century, there had been Arab conquest of Sindh, but the historians, Muslim historians, are not starting using that as an entry point. They are starting with Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna. This is significant because it was the general belief among those historians in medieval India that this Ghaznavite invasion stabilized Islam in the subcontinent. From their perspective, that Arab rule in Sindh was not that significant. So I shall also use this Ghaznavite period as my entry point, but I acknowledge that this pluralistic tradition was sustained also in that Arab conquest of Sindh, but that will not be within the ambit of our survey today because of the time constraint. Now, Sanskrit sources also refer to immigrants not as Muslims. This is very significant. The immigrants were not portrayed as Muslims. They were so religion was not that important when the portrayal of immigrants became important. They were portrayed as Turoshko, that is their ethnic name, their geographical location played a predominant role, not their religion. That is the important aspect. Now, my argument is that had they been very oppressive, this religious dimension would have surfaced in the Sanskrit portrayal of these immigrants in medieval India, but that was not the case. That was the famous book by Bruce B. Lawrence and Gil Martin, that the title has derived from this Sanskritic perspective of the invaders, or not the invaders, rather the immigrants. So that book is entitled Beyond Hindu and Turk. beyond Hindu and Turk. The term Islam or Muslim is absent in the title. This is significant. So Isami, a great historian of 14th century India of the Bahmani kingdom, presents Mahmud of Ghazni as an arch fanatic. Now this is interesting. Mahmud of Ghazna was not an arch fanatic. This was the perception of Isami. Now this created many misconceptions about the so-called Muslim rule in pre-colonial India. Because of these historians, they portrayed India as they perceived India. They portrayed the rulers as they perceived those rulers. So for example, Ghazni, Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni was portrayed as an arch fanatic. This was definitely not the case. Sanskrit sources do not portray him as an invader who was different from his predecessors. He is just like any other predecessor of Ghazna who invaded or just came over to India with an aspiration to build an empire. In fact, Kaulhana's Raj Tarangini also mentions him, but not as an arch fanatic. This is very much crucial. So you have to compare these opinions just embedded, enshrined in the writings of the authors, not only from one particular community, not only from the authors sponsored by a particular royal court, but you have to compare this sort of observation with other sources like the Kaulhana's Raj Tarangini. Otherwise, we can portray and offer a very biased perception of the past. So Indo-Islamic responses were assimilative, not exclusive. This is very much important to remember, and very integrative. Theoretically speaking, state had no independent existence because the ultimate source of law was the Quran. Nowadays, we notice all over the world, we are familiar with the term Islamic State. Sometimes some people in Pakistan and even in Bangladesh took pride in declaring Bangladesh or Pakistan as Islamic State. This is not palatable. This is not compatible with the notion of Islam. State, the contemplation of state is a later development. This did not occur during the lifetime of the Prophet. That is, this is not in conformity with the Sunnah. That is the life, that is the practice and deeds and the utterings of the Prophet. That is Sunnah, what the Prophet said and practiced. So this is not in conformity with Sunnah. The Sunnis follow this Sunnah very strictly, but the Prophet did not contemplate a state. Definitely not a very absolute, not an absolute monarchy. These are later developments. This is my humble submission. So the notion of an Islamic state is not compatible with Islamic theocracy or Islamic theology as enshrined in the Quran and also in the Hadith, because Hadith is the sayings and deeds of the Prophet. So nothing like an absolute sovereignty, absolute monarchy would just feature in Hadith or in the Quran. These are later developments. So this is also, I draw your attention to this fact that you should not confuse this notion, evolution of this notion of an Islamic state with Islamic theology. No established and sanctioned political institution in Islamic polity. We do not notice that the religion preceded the state, and state appeared to be an afterthought. So state, the notion of state appeared much later, not during the lifetime of the Prophet. That you have to understand. Now, then, what was the understanding during the lifetime of the Prophet? What was the notion of polity? There was definitely some sort of polity that might have flourished during the lifetime of the Prophet, because unlike other prophets like Jesus or Moses or Noah or others, a prophet was quite unique because he is the only prophet who was not only the spiritual leader, but he had to handle day-to-day politics in his lifetime. This differentiates Prophet Muhammad from other prophets in the history of mankind. This you have to understand. So if we do not speak about the state, if we do not speak about absolute monarchy, then what was the form of polity that flourished during the time of the Prophet? It is the notion of millat, that is brotherhood. And this notion of brotherhood is an extended notion. It's a very broad-based notion. This was not only confined to the Muslim community, it had the potentiality to be extended to other communities as well, to encompass other communities as well. So the notion of ummah, of the community, was a very broad-based notion of community, not the ummah you face today. Not the way you define ummah today in the 21st century. That you have to understand. It was a very broad-based concept, and it is clearly mentioned in the Quran that it is not for a particular community, it is for entire mankind. So this broad-based perception to mankind should be taken into consideration when you discuss about this sort of a polity. So that encourage the concept of this sort of an concept of ummah or millat, not the concept of state. This actually encouraged the concept of social equality and was predominant as the predominant idea in 7th century Arabia. But because of the unanticipated politico-military expansion of Islam under Khulafa'i Rashidun, that is the 4 caliphs who just followed the Prophet, with the 4 caliphs, that is Hazrat Abu Bakr, Omar, Usman, and Ali. These 4 caliphs are known together as Khulafa'i Rashidun. That is the notion of absolute monarchy emerged not during the lifetime of the Prophet. So this notion of absolute monarchy had no sanction in the Sunnah or in the Hadith or in the Quran. That has to be kept at the back of our mind when you discuss that. In the 13th century also, with the waning of the Abbasid Caliphate, we notice the strengthening of monarchies and the growth of governing class. There was no advertisement in favor of the governing class during the lifetime of the Prophet. Prophet did not speak or anticipate this emergence of a governing class, a sort of a ruling class. That has to be kept in mind. Jurists were aware that absolute monarchy and exclusive governing class were contrary to the Islamic concept of social equality. And now, very important point, I just ask you to note down, because these sort of terms are not terms with which we are familiar. That is the notion of itidal, that is ITIDAL, itidal, ITIDAL. That is the notion of equipoise, that is the notion of harmony, that is the pivotal notion in Islamic polity that you have to understand. So itidal or harmony has to be maintained, equipoise has to be maintained, not absolute monarchy. So jurists were aware that absolute monarchy and exclusive governing class were contrary to the Islamic concept of social equality. It is useful to remember that the meaning of Islam was different to different classes, and the meaning of Islam also changed over time. For example, the meaning of Islam, as we see during the lifetime of the Prophet, there was a sharp shift in the definition of Islam in the 13th century with the emergence of Delhi Sultanate, and later on that assumed a different meaning with the rise of the Mughals. That you have to understand. So the Prophet organized the warring Arab tribes into a polity by arousing among them the need for unity. So this notion of unity, harmony, equipoise, which you call itidal, is very much important. Itidal is focused upon, not absolute monarchy. According to the Quran, all problems could be resolved through meshwara. Meshwara means consultation. Very important. So if you do not contemplate a state, what is the solution? If there is a problem, if there is a political problem, how that can be resolved? So meshwara, discussion within the ummah, within the community. And this notion of ummah is a broad-based notion of ummah. This community is not only constituted by Muslims. This would include the Jews, the Christians, and even the pagans, not only the Muslims. So you have to understand that. So the concept of ummah has thoroughly changed. But in the 21st century, if any Muslim utters the term ummah, it means the Muslim community. But it just conveyed a different meaning during the lifetime of the Prophet. So in Sunnah, the term ummah conveyed an entirely different meaning. That has to be understood if you have to understand Islam. If you have to emancipate the notion of Islam from the recent stereotyping of Islam. So political expansion of Islam was so rapid that the democracy of the Medinite, that is the Prophet was born in Medina, he was born in Makkah and migrated to Medina. So the city of Medina was known as the city of the Prophet. So Medinite Republic was established there. This sort of a Medinite democracy was not compatible with the rapid political expansion, military expansion of Islam. So these sort of accommodations were taking place within Islam, that you have to understand. So in a monarchy versus anarchy debate, in a monarchy versus anarchy situation, Muslim rulers had been very pragmatic. Muslim jurists had been very pragmatic. The former was justified, that is, monarchy was rather reluctantly accepted within the framework of Islam, because at least it was preferable to anarchic situation. It is preferable to chaos. That is very much important to understand. It was against the principles and traditions said in the Quran. What prevailed, therefore, was not religion, but pragmatism. So once you accepted absolute monarchy, it was a reflection of pragmatism. It was an extension of pragmatism. It was not an extension of the pristine religious ideas within Islam. The notion of divinity of kings, as characterized in Sassanid polities, that the Sassanids ruled Iran for several thousands of years, as you know, and they were not Muslims. They were pre-Muslim rulers, very important, and they were often the contemporaries of the Guptas of India. So Sassanid polity just attributed divinity to their empire. This is not at all palatable to Islam. But this Sassanid monarchy became the model among the Muslims who founded their empire on the Indian soil. So from the very beginning, my argument is that it was not Sharia centric. It could not be Sharia centric. It was a very pragmatic understanding, pragmatic accommodation of existing and exotic as well as exogenous traditions, monarchical traditions borrowed from the Sassanid monarchy, which was viewed by many as the ideal monarchy during the medieval period, not only in Iran, but even beyond. And it was carried forward by the Mughals as well. But this was regarded as un-Islamic, as you know, this association of divinity with empire, with monarchy. To enforce Islamic unity, the sultans were obliged to accept the spiritual authority of the caliph. So this was also not happening during the lifetime of the Prophet. The caliphate emerged after the demise of the Prophet. So this was also not a part of the Sunnah, not compatible with the Sunnah. That did not happen during the lifetime of the Prophet. So this institution of Khalifa evolved later after the demise of the Prophet. That has to be understood. This is also a pragmatic accommodation with changing circumstances. 7th century onwards, Muslims in all parts of the world were involved in the process of cultural accommodation, adaptation, and assimilation. So this characterized Islamic polity not only in India but also beyond. That is cultural accommodation, adaptation, and assimilation. So this is a very pragmatic attitude. It was not at all, it could not be Sharia centric. That is my submission. So the stereotype notion regarding the inflexibility of Muslims demands fresh scrutiny in our investigation. Caliph lost its importance after 1258 because there was the fall of Baghdad due to Mongol invasion, as you know. So the Mughal reluctance to formally acknowledge the Caliph is another aspect. So what I'm trying to argue is that you should use the term Islams with one S, because Islam was interpreted by different people in a different manner. In different geocultural regions, Islam had been defined in a different way. The Mughals defined Islam in a different way. And in their notion, there was no place for the Caliph. That has to be understood. So how could it be an exclusively Islamic empire? So according to Islam, the kingdom belonged to the millat. If there is a kingdom at all, that should belong to the millat. That is the brotherhood, notion of brotherhood, which will include the Jews, which will include the Muslims, Christians, and even the pagans, which decided who the ruler would be. It's a very democratic process. And in Islamic polity, there is no theory of kingship or law of primogeniture, but you know, law of primogeniture later developed within the Islamic kingdoms. So that is the law of succession. In the actual sense, it did not prevail within the Islamic theology. Traditions and conventions were the dictum, actually. So under the great Mughals, family became the source of stability. Under the Mughals, family became the source of stability. This was not contemplated, this was not anticipated during the lifetime of the Prophet. Family was playing a very pivotal role. Dynasty was playing a pivotal role so far as the sustenance of a particular type of polity is concerned. That you have to understand. This has no sanction within Islamic theology. So this shift of authority from the caliph to the family challenges the generalization regarding the unchanging nature of Islam. So this confirms, I started by saying that Islam is not an unchanging religion, just like any other religion. There's an evolution, there is change that has to be interpreted in terms of socio-economic and political circumstances from time to time. So Islam adopted, accommodated, assimilated according to circumstances that we notice. That's why focus shifted from the caliph to the family, and the family of the Mughals did not acknowledge the caliph at all. So Akbar felt threatened by his half brother Mirza Hakim and his own son Salim. So the jurists and rulers made repeated efforts to raise the prestige of the crown. This was also not compatible with the theology of Islam. Such a move was not in conformity with Islamic traditions, as you can understand. So law was often interpreted according to the interest of the emperor or the powerful stakeholder such as Aurangzeb. So when Shah Jahan was alive, a Qazi refused to read the khutbah, that is the Friday sermon, in the name of Aurangzeb. So this was the instruction of Aurangzeb. So Aurangzeb was not also a Sharia-centric ruler. Had he been a Sharia-centric ruler, he should not have prescribed this sort of a formula, because this is not in conformity with the Sunnah. So he is asking his Qazi to read the khutbah mentioning his own name when his father, the Mughal emperor, was alive. This was not compatible. So in the name of Aurangzeb, so this letter, Aurangzeb just appointed another Qazi. So this was his adjustment. So he was not always following the Sharia when he was governing India or the Mughal Empire. That has to be understood. He took many pragmatic decisions. It was not an Islamic, or it was not a theocracy. It was a very pragmatic but God-fearing state. Sharia was honored, but it was not followed word by word under the Mughals, nor even under the sultans who preceded the Mughals. That is the humble submission of mine. So court as a sociological locale, a complex set of practices which were formative and constitutive of political life, should be taken into consideration. So Mughals can be looked upon as the builder of a sort of a corporate sovereignty, corporate kingship, because the nobility were not the servants. Nobility had been incorporated, amalgamated as members of that corporate polity, corporate kingship. That has to be understood. So it was a corporate polity, not a theocracy at all. So you can compare this sort of an observation with the present, a very motivated portrayal, or rather denunciation of the Mughals as a very dogmatic rulers, oppressive rulers. So Mughal painting, which is also not in conformity with Sharia, Mughal painting and its evolution, because you will find Krishna is inflicting a defeat on Narakasura in Mughal painting, again not in conformity with the Sunnah. So Mughal painting itself is a demonstration that the Mughals were capable of accommodating local trends, appropriating local trends. I was speaking about public opinion. I may not have time to discuss that elaborately, but Mughal painting is a mechanism through which the Mughals tried to create public opinion. Who had been the public in the pre-colonial period? Not the people. Not the people, it was the aristocracy, because politics was the privilege of the aristocracy. Aristocracy had access to political activities. It was not the concern of the masses. So to convince the masses about the divine leadership of the Mughals, this sort of paintings had been used by the Mughals. So public opinion was largely formed not only by the manuscripts, because there had been many non-literate people even among the nobility. For them, these paintings played a crucial role in forming this idea that the Mughals were invincible. They were the divinely ordained rulers of Hindustan. So Mughal painting is very important. It also accommodated local trends and traditions to train the nobility, even the Muslim nobility, that you have to accommodate Indianness in your notion of empire, in your concept of empire. Indianness has to be inculcated. How can such a polity be called or denounced as exclusively Sharia-centric or a theocracy? You can understand. This was happening particularly from the time of Akbar, when he was carefully, consciously developing his atelier by appropriating Indian folk tradition in his experimentation, that acquired a new dimension under Jahangir, who himself was a gifted painter. So when we say that the Sharia lost its previous significance, we do not mean that Sharia was no longer important. As I have indicated, it was still important, but it maintained its importance, but it made many accommodations, appropriations as well, many adjustments as well. That has to be understood. According to some scholars, I will not elaborate, that is ijtihad, that is the right of the individual to interpret scriptures. This gate of ijtihad that was just inspired by the Prophet, this gate of ijtihad, that is the interpretation of the scriptures according to changing circumstances, this gate was closed, and we see less and less innovation within Islam. This is one argument that gained currency that after the demise of the Prophet, the gate of Ijtihad was closed within Islam, and that is the beginning of orthodoxy, beginning of dogmatism within Islam. But in a restricted way, Ijtihad was followed. Even Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, I do not have the time to discuss Azad. Azad was inspired by the Mughal Empire. Azad was inspired by the notion of Ijtihad. So that is very much important, and he entangled that notion with his concept of Indian sovereignty, Indian nationalism. That is a very interesting discussion. There could be another lecture on that. I am not going into that today. So near recent studies argue that Sharia was gradually reinterpreted to suit a changing political order. A measure of flexibility is prevalent even in juristic Sharia because it legitimizes diversity within Islamic schools. So there is another point that we have to focus. Diversity is very important in Islam. Diversity is very important. That is called, so first I have mentioned, asked you to note down the term itidal. Itidal means equipoise or harmony. Now I again request you to note down this term with which you may not be familiar. That is ikhtilaf. Ikhtilaf. Ikhtilaf means diversity. So this diversity, notion of diversity, is the guiding force so far as the evolution of political thinking in medieval India is concerned. That you have to accommodate diversity. This was the order of the day. So a measure of flexibility is prevalent even in juristic Sharia. Muslim philosophers and intellectuals also use the term Sharia, but we have to understand their definition of Sharia, that is by the philosophers and intellectuals, differ from the definition of Sharia as we notice in the writings of the jurists. So the concept of Sharia is not monolithic. It kept on changing. It is very heterogeneous, multifaceted, complex. That has to be understood, and it changed and interpreted and redefined according to changing circumstances and changing geopolitics. That has to be understood. So we need to study this diversity. So Muslim jurists accepted diversity or ikhtilaf in the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad himself. So acceptance of diversity is sunnah, because it occurred during the lifetime of the Prophet. So Prophet was sustaining pluralistic ideas, multiculturalism, if we may use this modern term in the medieval context. So more than one school of Islamic jurisprudence, that is fiqh, could emerge. The 4 schools could emerge because of this acceptance of diversity within Islam. So Zia Barani, the 14th century historian of India, who wrote Fatwa-i Jahandari. Jahandari means worldliness, materialism, that state legislation or zawabit, state legislation. I also ask you to write down this term. Zawabit means secular laws, secular legislation, state legislation. This is not in conformity with Sharia. This was acceptable to even Zia Barani, who otherwise wanted to move in conformity with the Sharia. But a pragmatic historian like Barani had to accept that from time to time you have to apply, you have to translate into practice zawabit, that is state legislation. You cannot always function in conformity with Sharia, particularly when you are addressing diversity in the Indian subcontinent. So this sort of pragmatism prevailed. This is very much important that to remember. So yet for political pragmatism, state legislation was approved. This is the thing. So Zia Barani tried to reconcile Sharia with state legislation, as he believed that a perfect blending of dindari means religiosity, dindari, and jahandari means materialism, worldliness, should be blended in a perfect pragmatic manner. So this can sustain an empire. This can also, Barani believed, can sustain Islam in the true spirit. So another great author apart from Zia Barani was Fakhr-i Mudabbir, who wrote Adabul Harb in medieval India. So Mudabbir's work was not compiled in India, but it was dedicated to Altamas, that is Iltutmish, the first sovereign Muslim ruler of Delhi. So this deals with warfare, army organization, weaponry, norms of governance, but the emphasis was on the finality of Islam and the finality of the Prophet. But when you think about the finality of the Prophet, you also have to acknowledge that in Sunnah, diversity was allowed. diversity was acceptable. So Mudabir recommends state offices only for religious, pious and God-fearing Muslims, whose prime concern is to protect and promote the rights of Muslims. Person who would impart justice should hail either from the royal family or from the Sayyids. Sayyids means who can trace their genealogical origin to the family of the Prophet. But here you will find a subtle difference with the political opinion of Zia Barani, who flourished on the Indian soil. So Jahandari itself is a focus on worldliness. So most extensively read authors of pre-Mughal India is one of the most extensive read author is Zia Barani. So Muhammad Habib, a great historian of modern India from Aligarh, claims that Barani is the first theoretician to justify secular laws among Muslims. First theoretician to justify secular laws among Indian Muslims. So far as the evolution of Muslim political thinking is concerned, India was the epicenter. Middle East was not necessarily the epicenter. So it's a reconstruction of political history so far as medieval world is concerned, medieval Asia is concerned. India was the epicenter so far as the evolution of political idea was concerned. And so Zia Barani also compiled a biography of the Prophet because the Prophet accepted diversity. So Zia Barani wanted to legitimize his acceptance of diversity by accepting the Prophet's instructions on such issues. This is an interesting connection. So when he is writing the biography of the Prophet, this should not be interpreted as his bigotry or as his Islamism. This should be also regarded as his pragmatism. He was trying to redefine the image of the Prophet according to changing circumstances which he just experienced in the 14th century Indian soil. So Zia Barani, Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna was Zia Barani's hero, and like Zia Barani, Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna denounced the Mutazilites philosophers. Mutazilites are the rationalist school of Islam. So if only I'm not going into that, but Zia Barani portrayed Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna as he wished, just as he thought would be suitable. So you have to understand, you should not be influenced always by either Isami or Zia Barani, because they had a particular perception of politics. They have a particular perception of Islam. So he also tried to project Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna as a slayer of non-Muslims. But this was not the case. As you know, Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna had many Hindus in his army. So so we cannot always be guided or just driven away by the interpretation of either Zia Barani or Isami, medieval politicians of South Asia. So Barani ultimately was very pragmatic. One was trying to strike a balance between Dindari, that is a worldliness, that is a religiosity, and Jahandari, that is worldliness. So this was the solution. It was not their motive to rule India exclusively in tune with Sharia or in tune with Islamic theology. They were prepared to make many accommodations and adjustments. Nor was he fond of Alauddin Khilji, because Alauddin Khilji was a very pragmatic ruler. He said to the ulama that you can follow the Quran, but I have my religion. My religion is the religion of a statesman. I shall follow other instructions. I cannot always follow the Quran, because to you is your religion and to me is mine. What is my religion? My religion is the religion of a statesman, ideal statesman. This was his conclusion. So he was not acceptable to Zia Barani, who just wanted to project him as an ideal Muslim ruler. So, however, he appreciated Alauddin Khilji's reign because of its efficient administration and disciplined army, which kept the Mongols under check. So this was the pragmatic acceptance of a ruler who was not functioning in tune with the Sharia or not following the Quran word by word, who was a pragmatic ruler like Alauddin Khilji. But he was acceptable to Zia Barani because of his success as an administrator. So this is very important. He was successful in his governance of South Asia. So that's why he was acceptable to Zia Barani. Though he was not a Muslim ruler like he would like to project Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna. He was not the Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna of India, I mean Alauddin Khilji, but still he was acceptable to Zia Barani, though he had a love and hate relationship with Alauddin Khilji. This Khilji peace means Alauddin Khilji established peace, if we may use the term, enable the likes of Nizamuddin Aulia, the great Sufi saint, to flourish. So this is my argument. That is, I will wind up because time is ticking out for me. There is a convergence of akhlaq literature, ethical literature being produced in the Perso-Islamic world and Sufi literature. This is very much important. Unless you understand this convergence between Sufi literature and akhlaq literature is written mainly for the rulers who is supposed to rule over the ummah or mainly the Muslim community. These are instructional books. There is a convergence of akhlaq literature and Sufi literature. So you have to understand the evolution of political thought in medieval India in terms of this subtle convergence. That's why you have to understand the significance of emergence of Nizamuddin Aulia in medieval India. Otherwise, you will not be able to understand or define pre-colonial polity in the South Asian context. This is very much significant because the court poet Amir Khusru had direct linkages with Nizamuddin Aulia. He was a disciple of Nizamuddin Aulia. So here Amir Khusru was acting as a liaison between the royal court and the darbar of the Sufi, who just extended his relationship and collaboration with the masses, who were the non-political masses. So this is very much important. Society and polity had entanglements, had convergences through the Sufis, through a court poet like Amir Khusru. I do not have the time to elaborate, but these are fascinating stories, how this sort of a collaboration could take place between the court and the countryside in the medieval period. He argues that Anishurwan was a pagan ruler, was a Parsi ruler, was a Zoroastrian ruler, pagan ruler of pre-Islamic Persia, who epitomized justice. That's why Anishurwan was known as Nausherwane Adil. Adil means justice. Adalat. Adalat has originated from the term Adil. Adil means justice. So the focus is not on religion. The focus is not on Sharia. The focus is not on Quran. The focus is not on Sunnah. Even the focus is on, in the medieval polity, you see, in political thinking, the focus is on Adil. Adil means justice. So a just ruler, even if a just ruler is a pagan like Anushirwan, he should be hailed. And if the Muslim ruler is an unjust ruler, he should not be hailed. He must be denounced. This was the understanding in medieval India. So harmony, itidal, harmony with non-Muslims, equipoise or itidal. Adal means justice. Justice is more important than prayer. Justice is more important than religion. This was the spirit of the medieval polity. And akhlaq literature, ethical literature, guiding principles, instructional literature for rulers that should converge with Sufi literature. Sufis sometimes had close relationship with the rulers. That is very much important. I am not elaborating on that. And so this should be the guiding principles, not the eradication of infidelity. So whatever may be the motive of modern polity to define medieval Islam, medieval political thinking, medieval dynasties, political rulers, nobility, you have to understand that the prime mover was Akal. Akal means rational approach, pragmatic approach. I have spoken about pragmatic approach. Akal. Adal. Adal means justice. Then Itidal. Itidal means equipoise. Then Ikhtilaf. Ikhtilaf means diversity. These were the prime movers, not the Sharia, not the religion, not the bigotry of the Muslim ruler. So you have to understand that. You have to redefine medieval polity. So, for example, the Caliph Umar, I have mentioned Umar. Umar had night visits to the locality, to the neighborhood, to see whether the subject population had been happy. So this was the instruction to the ideal ruler, that he should have direct communication with the masses to know whether they are keeping well or not, so that you can remedy the wrongs done to them. So this is the notion of universal equality. So Omar will dress like a common man and will take notice of the everyday life of the common people. This was the instruction. So even Anushirwan was a pagan ruler, but he was considered as an ideal ruler. But look at modern political thinking, modern religious thinking. You will not find any Hindu in the Mughal period, in the Sultanate period, Hindus and Muslims, because Persian was the official language. Hindus and Muslims alike, they venerated Naushirwane Adil as the just ruler. Will you find any Hindu today? Will you find any Muslim today just venerating a Parsi, a Zoroastrian as an ideal ruler? This spirit is disappearing very fast. This is a travesty. This is a matter of concern for us. This egalitarian spirit, this eclecticism, pluralism is disappearing very fast. That I draw your attention to the fact. So that's why I shared this view with my German collaborators. We are having many joint projects, collaborative projects. We are using a term, alternative modernity. Modernity can emerge not only in Atlantic West, but in an Oriental situation, in an Asiatic situation. This modernity is not conditioned by industrial revolution. This modernity is not conditioned by scientific explorations or by enlightenment of 18th century Europe. This modernity developed in a spontaneous manner on the Asian soil. This was sustained by Perso-Islamic tradition, Indo-Persian tradition, sustained by the Mughals. This is alternative modernity. So this sort of an alternative modernity, this enabled the Mughals, this enabled the Hindus and Muslims in the medieval, so-called medieval period to appreciate the achievements of Anushirwan, who was neither a Hindu nor a Muslim, who was a pagan, who was a Parsi. So this is the broad-mindedness of the medieval polity that has to be acknowledged. My time is ticking out for me, so I will try to just wind up very quickly. So what do we notice? We notice that certain aspects received priority in medieval polity. I am concluding. So it was not a Sharia-centric political thinking. Sharia was recognized. Sharia was honored, but Sharia was not followed word by word. There's a subtle tension if you follow the curriculum of madrasa that flourished under the Mughals, under the Safavids in Iran, and under the Ottomans in the Ottoman Empire. Simultaneity was there between these empires of Asiatic empires or non-European empires, non-Eurocentric empires. In their curriculum, there's a subtle tension between internal knowledge and external knowledge. External knowledge was limited to scriptures, was limited to Quran and Hadith, was limited to Sharia, but emphasis was not on that knowledge. Emphasis was on pragmatism, on ijtihad, on ikhtilaf, on itidal, on akal, and on adal, and also service to humanity. Also on service to humanity. Nizamuddin Aulia says that in a very poetic manner. I do not have the time to share that with you, but very interesting manner. Moinuddin Chishti is saying that service to mankind is the greatest religion. So these inspired the medieval rulers. It was not Sharia-centric. They respected the Sharia. God was honored, but there are different types of gods, different types of religions. Sharia can assume a different meaning in a different geocultural region. There was a recognition of these circumstances. So what we notice that there was a shift from religion to even there's a subtle tension between not internal knowledge of the Sufis, that is ilme batin. Ilme zahir is Sharia, ilme batin is the knowledge of the heart, knowledge of the book, dil kitab, dil Quran. That's why Jagjit Singh sings even a few years back. Jagjit Singh will be singing dil se behtar koi kitab nahi. This is the Perso-Islamic tradition sponsored by the Mughals, sponsored by the Delhi Sultans. Dil kitab. Internal knowledge is very important when you offer governance, when you rule a state, when you unleash a political thinking for a population which was diversified, heterogeneous, not monolithic. This was the understanding. And there's again a tension between adl, justice. Is justice superior? There was a contemplation of hierarchy of concepts. So adl was not occupying the supreme position in medieval polity. What was occupying the supreme position? Mohabbat, ishq, love, clearly mentioned by Tusi, who is the originator of akhlaq literature I was speaking about, ethical literature. Tusi was very popular among the Indian rulers. There were many orthodox theoreticians. They were not popular in India. Mughals and the sultans very consciously accepted the philosophy of Tusi, who was speaking about this competitiveness of adl, that is justice, and Mohabbat. Mohabbat is superior to adl because adl means artificial imposition of justice, artificial It is not natural unity, artificial imposition of unity within the population, subject population. This is adal. But Mahabbat is the spontaneous unity emanating from Sufi spirituality, from the inner knowledge, interiorization of esoteric knowledge generates this Mahabbat. That should be the guiding principle before the politicians, before the nobility. This was the so practical philosophy, a quest for practical philosophy. And you know, philosophers are despised by the mullahs. Peers are despised by the mullahs, but the peers and the philosophers are venerated in Indian polity. Peer means Nizamuddin Aulia, and philosopher means Tusi and others. So they were very important who were putting emphasis on Mahabbat. So we notice in the concluding section that Adal was equated with artificial unity. That should be the goal, but that should not be the ultimate goal of the ruler. Ultimate goal is to establish Mahabbat among the subject population across religious lines, across gender lines as well. I could not discuss gender issue was very important. It was a very inclusive empire. And that's why Mughal women occupied a prime position. Not only the Mughal women, they were aristocrats. Even the commonality had been recognized when it came to the question of gender. I do not have the time, but during the interactive session, I can highlight on that aspect. So Meshwara, consultation, Ikhtilaf, diversity. So Zawabit, state legislation, which were sometimes opposed to Sharia, had been held, had been celebrated to govern the pre-colonial state. My argument is that there had been flashes of modernity which could be anticipated by medieval political thinkers, and there is flashes of medievalism so far as the activities of modern South Asian politicians are concerned. Thank you for your patience.
A very big thank you to Professor Day. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So actually, what is happening is when you were delivering a speech, my internet connection somehow it was creating it, and it's still creating some problems. But anyway, I think we can somehow get over the problem. Now, before Professor Day's address, it is open for discussion. I would like to highlight just one or 2 points, rather 3 points, I think, which I picked from his extremely learned address. The first one is, and this is something which we should remember at a time when Islam is being stigmatized from all quarters. The first thing is that Islam in India, whenever we talk about Islam, and whenever we just use that, Islam is not something homogeneous. I think there are several trends in Islam. That is, it is pluralistic. I think that spirit has come out very clearly from that. The second thing is that Islam is democratic, it is accommodative, and it is democratic. This is a completely new understanding of Islam. And the third is, that is, I think, point which constitutes the way he has interpreted Islam, the way he has put Islam before us. Well, that opens up before us a new understanding. That is modernity. That has been modernity. This redefinition of modernity, re-understanding of modernity, in the light of Islam. I think that has been another important highlight of his speech. Now it is now questions. I don't know how they are coming. They are the chat box of the YouTube. So yes.
Many thanks, Professor Dev, for this enlightening lecture. Hardly we find such an illuminating speech on medieval India. You have told that Islam is pluralistic, Islam is flexible, but I think simultaneously some developments are there that the kind of that the Wahhabism, which developed in the 18th century perhaps, and also later the development of Salafism in Egypt during the 19th century. Actually, after that Mughal Empire, which you call that is dynastic rule instead of the caliphacy, okay, that actually altered the character of Islam. That kind of hardline Islam didn't exist during the dynastic rule of the Mughals. But gradually we find that the birth of Wahhabism and Salafism that actually gave birth to a kind of hardline Islam, which is the reason for the later complications, I think, and which actually denied the kind of the peaceful coexistence which is called a Sulhikul. You know better than me, Sulhikul, which some noise is coming, which is inspired Akbar's Din Ilahi religion. And actually Akbar, from my little knowledge, I can tell you that is Akbar actually instituted a kind of Ibadat Khana, which was the fulcrum for the conversation and dialogue among some scholars of different religions. And after that flexible, soft, the Sufist mystic attitude, I think the later developments through Wahhabism and Salafism and the extension of those kind of thinking actually gave birth to intolerance, gave birth to not spiritualism but fundamentalism, communalism, which started conflicting with the other religions in South Asia and in different parts of the world. And maybe that might be one reason for the Huntingtonian thesis of clash of civilizations later on, I think. Please elaborate on this point.
Many thanks for this very intriguing query. Absolutely right. The Mughals, I have an answer, I will be very brief. Actually, you are right. That's why the Mughals deliberately tried to sustain eclectic traditions or pluralism in the Indian case. I can demonstrate that by citing certain examples. In the Indian context, the philosophy that gained currency was Wadatul Wajud. That, as you have mentioned, that if we simplify that, that was institutionalized by Akbar through Sulle-Khul, peace with all. But the origin was Wadatul Wajud, that is embedded, enshrined in the Sufi doctrine. That became popular in India. Actually, this answers a greater question, a larger question, that Sufism disappeared in the place of its origin, Central Asia and West Asia, and also North Africa. But Sufism is flourishing in a place where the Sufis migrated in the medieval period, that is South Asia. So that is the reason, because in the South subcontinent, Wadatul Wajud or Sulle-Khul concept flourished. But in Northern Africa, Central Asia, and particularly Middle East, another doctrine, the antithesis of Wadatul Wajud doctrine flourished. That is, I will make it very short, Shuhudi doctrine. That is called Shuhudi doctrine. And the culminating point of Shuhudi doctrine is that that you notice in the 5 African states, Muslim states, Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, and so on, Libya, and so on, at one point of time, not simultaneously. There's a focus on one country, one religion, and one language. Arabic language, Islam, and one country. This is the focus, because this is the extension of Wadatul Shuhud that did not gain currency on the Indian soil, number one. Number two, in Northern Africa, it enjoys proximity with the epicenter of the Arab Peninsula. Epicenter of Islam is the Arab Peninsula, and look at the geographical location of Northern Africa. not far away from the Saudi Arabian world or the Arab Peninsula. But Indonesia and South Asia, they are distant. They are the periphery of the Arab civilization. So there you will find the presence of Arab merchants and Arab administrators and Arab theologians more in number. But Indians in India who came, the Turks and the Iranians and the Turanis came. The Central Asians, the Iranians, some Afghans, and also the Turks came, not the Arabs. That's why Akbar the Great and other Mughals, when they returned home after their courtly duties, they would be speaking Chuktai Turki. They were Turks, but they accepted Persian as the official language. Why? Because Persian was an eclectic language. Persian was a secular language. That's why they accepted Persian. They deliberately tried to sustain these pluralistic activities. That's why they accepted Persian. They did not accept much Arabs. They wanted to marginalize the Arab speaking ulama, Arabian speaking ulama. So Arabic speaking ulama. So they promoted the Persian speaking Sufis. So all the Sufi texts are available in the Persian language. Persian was the official language. So not the scriptures, not the Arabic literature engineered by the Arab speaking ulama, but he wanted to deliberately marginalize the ulama. So that happened in India because they understood that in India you have to accommodate this diversity, ikhtilaf, as I have mentioned. So they projected Persian, though it was not their official language, my mother tongue. They had the power to impose Turkish. There is a reason I am not going into that, why they did not impose Turkish or Arabic. Arabic, I have said that they wanted to marginalize the ulama. So they did not introduce Arabic. They wanted to marginalize the ulama. So Persian was an eclectic language. It was the lingua franca involving the Indian Empire, the Central Asian Empire, and the Safavid Empire, and also parts of the Ottoman Empire. So the common language of diplomacy, common language of trade, common language of cultural exchange, common language of spiritual exchange, common language of artistic activities had been Persian. So all these activities, secular activities, neutralized the homogenizing element embedded in the Arabization project. So what we see in India is Persianization or heterogenization. And what we observed in Northern Africa, Central Asia, and Middle East is Arabization or homogenization. I'm not simplifying, just the time is short. That's why I am just saying that by Arabization, I don't put emphasis on the linguistic dimension of homogenization. There is a cultural dimension, political dimension associated as well in that Arabization project. So you will notice that sometimes happened in our neighboring countries also. For example, there was a tendency to emulate the Arabic attire even in parts of Bangladesh. I have seen in the New Market in the 90s. Ekhane Saudi dhonge borka pawa jay. Not Bengali dhonge, Saudi dhonge borka pawa jay. This is the Arabization process. There is a placard clearly mentioned ekhane Saudi dhonge borka pawa jay, not the Bengali dimension. I have seen one mother-in-law who is very much Bengali-sized, Muslim but Bengali-sized, is debating with his daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law is trying to Arabize the family, and mother-in-law is trying to Bengali-size the family. This subtle tension between Bengalicization process and Arabization process had been noticed. This I noticed. So I think I could explain why this happened in India and other things happened. Homogenization happened in Northern Africa. That's why just a couple of years back, 325 people had been massacred. They had been Muslims. There had been children, women, and also elderly people, those who had been offering prayer in a mosque. They were killed by Muslims. But why? Because they had Sufi orientation. This was not acceptable in Cairo. So that's why this just supports my hypothesis that homogenization has taken such magnitude that this intolerance is gathering such momentum in some parts of Northern Africa, Middle East, and other parts. This did not happen in India because of the contribution of the sultans and the Mughals. But now we are vilifying the Mughals, we are denouncing the sultans. At what cost? This will only this will only strengthen the Wahhabism that you are speaking about, Salafism you are speaking about. So to restrain Salafism, we have to reinvent the pluralistic tradition sustained by the sultans and the Mughals. This is my response to your query.
Thank you.
So, any other question? Any other question?
Sir, I have posted a question in the chat box. Please kindly,
Yes,
if you
yes.
can respond.
There is a question for Professor Dey. The question is, sir, I would like to know how far Aurangzeb was respectful towards tolerance and plurality.
I was just I just highlighted that, but I could not elaborate on that. For example, I will just cite, since time is very brief, I will cite the example of a Shia historian, nationalist Indian, but Shia historian. His observation about Aurangzeb. Now, you know, Shias had no reason to praise Aurangzeb because the Shias even today believe that Aurangzeb persecuted more Shias than Hindus. This is the general Shia perception. But Sayyid Athar Abbas Rizvi is coming to this conclusion about Aurangzeb, that Aurangzeb was not fundamentally different from Darashuko, the ill-fated Mughal prince, who was very eclectic and who was reared by Shah Jahan in a very calculative manner. So he is coming to this conclusion about Aurangzeb. I am quoting from Sayyid Athar Abbas Rizvi. Had Aurangzeb not contested for the peacock throne of Shah Jahan, he could have been equally good and respectful towards the Sufi saints as Darashuko was, but he might not have read the Vedas and Upanishads as Darashuko did. I repeat, had Aurangzeb not contested for the peacock throne of Shah Jahan, he could have been equally good and respectful towards the Sufi saints. Sufis represented pluralism. Sufi saints as Darashuko was, though he might not have taken the pains of reading the Vedas and Upanishads as Darashuko did. So there is no
Right.
fundamental difference. He might not have read the Upanishad, he might not have translated the Upanishad, but he would not have prevented anyone from studying the Upanishad as well. That has to be recognized. And he would have celebrated many eclectic Sufis as well. He would not have executed some Sufis, but the Sufis were executed not for their religious belief, but because of their association with Shahzada Darashuko. These Sufis were regarded as recalcitrant elements, seditious elements from the perception of Aurangzeb, who wanted to perpetuate his reign after the elimination of Darashuko. So very good question, but no fundamental difference. Aurangzeb, during Aurangzeb's time, the number of Hindu nobility maximized. This is interesting. This is not my research. Athar Ali has provided information, statistics to prove that number of Hindu nobility had been maximum during the time of Aurangzeb, not during the time of Akbar. So from that you understand how Aurangzeb was a statesman who accepted heterogeneity, who accepted ikhtilaf or diversity, just like an able statement. That's why he could rule for so many years. He had a long reign. That has to be understood. And in fact, the Rajput rulers did not support Darashuko during the succession war. The Rajput rulers like Jaswant Singh and Joy Singho, the great Rajput rulers, they sided with Aurangzeb. Had Aurangzeb been a religious bigot, these Rajput rulers would not have supported Aurangzeb. They would have gravitated towards Shahzada Darashuko, who was otherwise projected as an epitome of Indian cultural pluralism. This is my response to your very good and intelligent query. Thank you so much.
So, any further question? So, if there is no further question, there is one question.
There is one question actually.
Yes.
Sister Chatterjee, there is one question. I got the question not in the chat box, but
No, not in the chat box.
Mr. missing. I can't see him anymore.
No, the question is not there.
Mhm.
Okay. I think so. It's time to wind up this session.
Oh, sure.
But before we conclude, I think I should congratulate the speaker for this extremely insightful lecture. For me, it was a very rewarding experience. and I think for the viewers also, it was a very, very refreshing understanding of Islam. And the viewers and the organizers, and with that we conclude the third session of this program. So over to the organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Amit De. Thank you, Professor Shobhanlal Dattagupta, and thank you, Dr. Subroto Bagchi. Now, with this, we come to the end of one more enlightening and very brilliant session. Now, let us move on to our final and fourth academic session. In this session, we are going to have Professor Shobhanlal Dattagupta, who is going to speak on revisiting Antonio Gramsci. And this session is going to be chaired by Dr. Subroto Bagchi. So please, Dr. Subroto Bagchi, now the session and the chair is yours.
Professor Dattagupta. Professor Dattagupta will be speaking on revisiting Antonio Gramsci. In respect of this, I can remember that several years back, I heard him speaking on this particular topic, Gramsci, and I can remember that he was speaking at the Netaji Institute of Asian Studies. And in that talk, the main speaker was, I think, from Hyderabad University, Professor Arun Patnaik, so far as I can remember, Shobhanlal.
Yes.
And I have found that in your keynote address, and even afterwards, after the completion of Professor Patnaik's speech, I think the entire audience was completely hypnotized and mesmerized by your presentation. I think such an in-depth study we have done on Gramsci, and that was my first experience, not first experience, that was my another experience. But before that, I think it was in the year 1994 or 95, I think, when I was doing a refresher course at Northwestern University. My supervisor, Professor Somirendranath Roy, you perhaps know him, S.N. Roy, he invited you to deliver a series of lectures on problems of communism in Russia. Russia at that USSR just had collapsed that time. And during your three lectures series, I think you did a wonderful job. That I was surprised that a person just before me, he was speaking at a stage for three lectures, and such an in-depth study you had done on that particular area. I was astonished, I was spellbound, not only me, but the entire audience was spellbound. And that drove me again to bring you here. And I'm quite fortunate that you have spontaneously responded to our request that we want to hear again from you on Gramsci. I think there are a few very scholars in India that who can reflect on Gramsci in such detail than Shobhanlal, Professor Dattagupta. I actually, from a distance, I regard him as my teacher. Lots of things to learn from him, I think. So I don't want to waste time because the participants, the audience are eagerly waiting for your lecture. So I hand over to the session to our next speaker, Professor Shobhanlal Dattagupta. Shobhanlal, please start.
Thank you very much, the organizers who have invited me to deliver this special lecture on Antonio Gramsci. Now, I have put the title like this, Revisiting Antonio Gramsci, specifically for two reasons. One reason is that Gramsci, on Gramsci, since the year 2000, a lot of studies have been made, a lot of writings are available. But these writings primarily, say, pertain to India, developing countries, South Asia, and many of these writings are available in EPW. For instance, in case of India, the question of the tribals, Dalits, the gender question. Well, these have been viewed from the Gramscian angle. So they have opened up a new frontier. That is one reason why I use the expression revisiting Gramsci. That is application of Gramsci's method, application of Gramsci's concepts, categories to the study of India, developing countries, South Asia. But I will not indulge in that exercise because I do not have the time to go for this. And many of the writings are known to you. Gramsci, that way, yes, involves a kind of, say, relook, reinterpretation. But as I say, there are two reasons. This is the first reason why I used the expression revisiting Gramsci. The second reason is that since 1994, yes, late 90s, new kind of writings are available which primarily deal with the texts of Gramsci. Texts of Gramsci in the sense that many of you know that whatever is available in English till now, well, this is frankly speaking quite scanty. Scanty in the sense that we, broadly speaking, are still used to say, or it has become customary on our part. Whenever we talk about Gramsci, whenever we refer to Gramsci's text, it has become a normal practice. It has become quite normal to refer to 1971 selections from prison notebooks that was published in 1970. That is primarily regarded as the most authoritative English text available on Gramsci. But as I was saying, since 1994 till date, a lot of new materials, new studies on Gramsci are available, which pertain to his Italian texts. And what is most interesting is, unfortunately, the project has remained unfinished, and nobody knows when it will be complete. Since around 1994, 95, around that time, for the first time, and the complete English translation of Gramsci's prison notebooks, that was virtually a kind of translation of Gramsci's original prison writings, but complete writings. As you know, Gramsci actually prepared 32 notebooks when he was in prison. And the project, which was undertaken by the very famous Gramsci scholar, Joseph Buttigieg, he started publishing these texts. Unfortunately, Buttigieg died just, I think, about a year back, a year or 2 years back. And the project has remained incomplete. Till now, 3 volumes have come out. Unfortunately, the 3 volumes cover, say, just 8 notebooks, but fully annotated and extremely, I say, honest interpretation of Gramsci. That is the annotation of Gramsci. But out of 32 notebooks, just 3 volumes comprising, or rather dealing with only the 8 notebooks have been covered. So you can very easily guess, and since he himself is dead, So nobody knows when this project will be completed, who will complete it, whether it will be at all completed. So that question mark. But apart from Buttigieg's 3 volumes called Prison Notebooks, in the year 1995, this volume is not very widely cited, but I think after 1971 selections from Prison Notebooks, this is the most authoritative, say, Gramsci translation in English, and which should be read as a companion to 1971 volume. That came out in 1995, a huge volume, Derek Boothman, that is further selections from Prison Notebooks. And this should be again supplemented with another volume that came out in the year 2014, that is Pre-Prison Letters of Gramsci. So Boothman's 2 volumes, along with 1971 one. And then there were other writings, pre-prison writings of Gramsci, letters of Gramsci, these were already available. So if we combine all these, and especially in these 2 publications of Boothman and 3 volumes of Joseph Buttigieg, I think these open up. In fact, these have already opened up. Absolutely new readings of Gramsci, new frontiers. This is all of the texts of Gramsci. And then I would, given the constraint, I would specially refer to 2 or 3 very recent studies which new interpretations of Gramsci, which provide new insights so far as Gramsci's prison notebooks are concerned. I'm not talking of pre-prison writings, but primarily prison notebooks. This I would consider especially valuable for one reason. These 3 books, we study Gramsci. Then what I would especially is, if we go through the books, then what we find is that they all focus on the original Italian text of Gramsci. That is, many of things, English texts which I have just referred, say Buttigieg's work, then Boothman's work. Besides these, if we go through these new studies, then we'll find these new studies, new interpretations are being made by these scholars on the basis of their reading of the original Italian text of Gramsci's prison notebooks. I think that, in a way, provides a new opportunity of looking at Gramsci in a new perspective. So, what are these books? I will very quickly, I will not go into this, not possible. One is a book which came out in the year 2009. Peter D. Thomas, the monumental work, The Gramscian Movement, Philosophy, Hegemony, and Marxism. It's based extensively on the original Italian text of Gramsci's prison notebooks. This is one book. Then there is another book which came out in the year 2010. He's an Italian. In fact, he was the director of the Center for Gramscian Studies, Rome. Unfortunately, he died very young, just at the age of 55. He died. His name is Antonio Santucci. The name of the book is Antonio Gramsci. It's a small book, but extremely rich. extremely rich, extremely insightful. And then there is a third book. I would not say it's a book, actually. Many of you who are familiar with, say, Gramsci studies, perhaps remember that in the year 1976, in New Left Review, very famous British left wing journal, Perry Anderson, he came out with his very famous essay, that is the Antinomies of, very long, almost 70-page long essay. And that created a very heated controversy. I'm not going into that text. What is interesting is that this essay actually has been republished by Perry Anderson. It has been republished in the sense that this, in the year 2017, under the same title, it was originally an article in New Left Review, as I said, 70 plus pages article. But in the year 2017, London Verso has published this work of this essay of Perry Anderson, but in the form of a book. Now, why in the form of a book? Because in that book actually includes three things. One is the original text of Perry Anderson, unaltered, it is there. But the second interesting thing is that this text is preceded by a very long introduction of Perry Anderson, where he has, say, reviewed his own understanding of Gramsci. And the third is, that was completely unknown to us, the report. The report actually has made by one prisoner of Gramsci. The name is Athos. He was a co-prisoner of Gramsci in the year 1930. And in 1930, what happened was Gramsci delivered a series of lectures in one of the prisons of fascist Italy. Gramsci, as you know, was shifted from one prison to another prison quite often. So he went through so many jails. So in one of the jails, this person, he was a co-prisoner of Gramsci. And Gramsci in that prison delivered some lectures on fascism in Italy. And so on other aspects, I will come back to that in a moment. And this person, that is so, he took down notes. He knew about this. Notes were never disclosed. These were known to Italian communists, but these notes were never divulged. Because these notes create a kind of impression, or would have created an impression, which perhaps might provide a new image of Gramsci. The kind of image which is not compatible, perhaps, with the official position of the Italian Communist Party in regard to Gramsci. So it was a very sensitive kind of report. Now, after so many years, somehow that report is now available. It has been translated to English, and that report is included in this 2017 edition of Perry Anderson's work. Now, this is the other reason why I'm sick. I have put it like this. I put the title like this, that is Revisiting Antonio Gramsci. Now, I will focus on basically three interrelated things. That is, new understanding of Gramsci in the light of a new reading of prison notebooks with reference to his original Italian text. These three interrelated concepts are already knowing how new readings are now available. Whether we accept or not, that is a different question. But I think completely new concepts. That is, so far as our traditional way of reading Gramsci is concerned, these new studies are providing new opportunities to revise our definition of what are these three concepts? Very famous concepts of Gramsci, very well-known concepts of Gramsci. One is hegemony, the second is state, and the third is modern tense or the party. Now, regarding hegemony, well, what has been our traditional understanding? Our traditional understanding is we have always put hegemony in a domain which is opposed to the domain of domination. It is hegemony versus domination. Hegemony, and as all of you know, hegemony is connected with civil society. Domination is connected with state. So it is state versus civil society. Gramsci has always emphasized the importance of civil society, and thereby he has provided us a new understanding of state, etc., etc. That has been our traditional understanding. But his new interpretation of Gramsci, especially the way Peter Thomas, in his book The Gramscian Movement, has read Gramsci's prison notebooks, in that he has cited passage after passage where it is evident that it is not at all a question of hegemony versus domination. Rather, hegemony includes domination. How? I'm putting it very briefly. Gramsci's, there are passages in prison notebooks till now unknown to us. That is, a particular class is hegemonic with reference to or in regard to its allied classes. But that hegemonic class is dominant with reference to the classes which it opposes. That is, conceptually, hegemony and domination, they are not mutually exclusive. Domination is also a kind of domain which is included within the category of hegemony. This is one way of looking at, or this is one way of rereading the concept of hegemony.
Shonda, unmute yourself.
I think sir's connection is lost somehow.
হুম। এই তো আসছে, এবার আসছে। না, কথা আসছে তো, এটা ফোনে কথা আসছে।
এটা এটা ওখানে
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে, ওকে। হ্যাঁ,
Now, due to some technical fallacies, our link with Professor Shobhanlal Dattagupta is being interrupted. So, I beg the audience to please bear with us. We are trying to cope up with this difficult situation. Please be with us.
Can you hear me?
yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it okay? Okay, I have unplugged my mic. Maybe the mic was creating a problem. Anyway, so so this is one way of say viewing the concept of or reviewing the concept of hegemony. Then Anderson and Anderson again has gone through the original Italian texts of Gramsci's prison notebooks, and he in that Verso edition, as I say 2017 edition, in his long introduction, he has said that there is a very interesting hint in several places of Gramsci's prison notebooks. In fact, this is somewhat different from our traditional reading of Gramsci's concept of hegemony. Whenever we have till now, or we normally refer to Gramsci's concept of hegemony, we always have in mind that Gramsci talks about the concept of hegemony by keeping in mind the problem of the coming of socialism. That is, if you have to achieve socialism, and if you have to, say, overthrow the bourgeois state, then you have to win the battle for hegemony. So that has been a standard interpretation of it. But Anderson points out that there are two very interesting hints in Gramsci's prison notebooks. Interesting hints in the sense we know it very, all of us know it, that Gramsci had to write the prison notebooks by using metaphors, by using coded language. This is known to all of us. So there are some hints, and you have to actually interpret those passages. You have to actually derive the secret meaning, or you have to find out the secret meaning of this passage, this section, these lines, these sentences. So there are two such significant things. One is that Gramsci also has in the point that in the battle for socialism, that is after socialism has been established, then the battle for hegemony is very much on. Unless you can ensure the victory in the battle for hegemony after socialism has been established, then the system cannot sustain itself. This is one. Second, a very interesting point, that Gramsci makes a kind of difference between bourgeois hegemony and proletarian. Bourgeois hegemony quite often is possible by forging alliances of all kinds. That is, bourgeois hegemony has no scruples in establishing alliances with any kind of party. That is, bourgeois hegemony subscribes to opportunism. But proletarian hegemony is not possible through such class collaborationist, opportunist alliances. So this is another kind of interesting thing. And this is, I now come to the question of state. And this is again a new way of looking at Gramsci's understanding of state. That is a revisioning of Gramsci's, reworking, reviewing Gramsci's understanding of state. And as all of you know, that Gramsci's concept of state is very much anchored, very deeply anchored in the concept of hegemony. As we all know, that famous equation given in Gramsci's Prison Notes, that is civil society plus political society, that is hegemony. That is an understanding of state. That is an expanded view of state. Now, while one talks about this expanded view of state, sometimes it is called the integral view of state. That is, state is not just coercion, state is also civil society plus political society. That famous formulation of Gramsci in Prison Notes. Now, while this point is being discussed, especially by Thomas, one interesting point he has raised. The point is that while the concept of state is deeply rooted in the notion of hegemony, and hegemony broadly has been regarded as a social concept, a cultural concept, a civil concept. That is, hegemony is non-statist concept. This has been our standard understanding. It is something non-statist, non-political. It is social, it is cultural, it is civil. Whereas political society or state, it is very much rooted in politics. Now, this kind of binary, this kind of mutual exclusion, this perhaps is not the proper way of, say, studying Gramsci, reading Gramsci, or understanding Gramsci. Because Thomas, in his book, has cited certain passages from Gramsci's prison notebooks, where Gramsci is using the concept of hegemony like this. Hegemony, it is not just civil. Hegemony is not just social. Hegemony is not just cultural. Hegemony, it has also to be political. That is, hegemony involves politics, because unless political hegemony is established, the real proletarian state, that also cannot be ensured. That is, if you have to win the battle for socialism, then you have to establish hegemony socially, culturally, politically. But traditionally, our understanding has been something like this. That is, hegemony is social, cultural, and as I earlier stated, domination is relative to state. Domination is political. So, hegemony includes politics. In fact, hegemony in civil society is comprehended in political society and over-determined by it. This is the exact sentence that Thomas has used. Hegemony in civil society is comprehended in political society and over-determined by it. Over-determined, the typical Althusserian expression. And then, and this has already created a controversy. Thomas's book, in fact, it has provoked a major controversy in the West. I'm not going into that controversy. But this expanded notion of hegemony, Thomas is using by elaborating this point in two different ways. Number one, he says that Gramsci actually is using this expanded notion of hegemony. It's not just expanded notion of state, but an expanded notion of hegemony, which is social, cultural, and political. Gramsci is using all these things, that is this expanded notion of hegemony, in order to justify the notion of united front tactics. Gramsci actually was calling for this united front, which again he picked up from Lenin. Lenin, by 1921, at the Third Congress of Communist International, when revolutionary forces was on the retreat after 1920, in 1921, Lenin gave out the slogan of United Front, which was not endorsed by many people, many leaders, many, say, fractions, many sections in the then prevailing international communist movement. But Gramsci actually picked up this idea of united front because he understood that in order to forge an anti-fascist alliance, you have to go for the broadest possible alliance, and that is united front. And this united front is actually a manifestation of the concept of hegemony. This is one way of looking at, that is a new way of looking at Gramsci's concept of hegemony related to state. And the other is, this is the other point raised by Thomas, that is, Gramsci was deeply impressed by the new economic policy which was initiated by Lenin, say, in 1921. And Gramsci was arrested in 1926. So he had, Lenin died in 1924. So before his arrest, Gramsci had all the information relating to anything. And he believed that actually NEP was nothing but a new understanding of state based on a new concept of hegemony. That is, you have to go for a kind of broadest possible alliance. You do not go for a kind of exclusivist understanding of proletarian dictatorship. So this is a new way of looking at Gramsci's notion of state and hegemony. Finally, and with that I will stop. That is the concept of modern prince, the concept of the Communist Party. All of us know that what Gramsci meant by modern prince, the famous analogy of Machiavelli. I'm not going into it. These things are known things. But what is new? What is new? Santocci, for example, in his book Antonio Gramsci, he has provided us, or he has dropped up two very interesting, I would say, clues. He has given us two clues. And these two clues he has picked up from Gramsci's prison books. As I say, original Italian text. One is very interesting. Gramsci is using, or I would say Gramsci is making a distinction between major politics and minor politics. What is major politics? Major politics is the kind of politics which deals with perennial issues, larger issues, which puts before the people a vision, and most importantly, the truth. Major politics, it does not make any compromise with truth. Whereas minor politics, that is mundane politics, that deals with day-to-day issues, that deals with, say, trivial questions, small questions. And Gramsci believed that if proletarian hegemony has to be established, then proletarian hegemony has to focus on major politics and not minor politics, truth and not falsehood. That is, a party, a proletarian party, cannot make compromise with truth. It must tell the masses the truth. This kind of hint you get in Gramsci's prison. The other very interesting thing is, this is again a new expression. We did not know that this kind of expression was used by Gramsci. That is democratic philosophy. Democratic philosopher in the sense that Gramsci is arguing in some sections of his, not in a very, of course, in a very systematic way. The hint is like this: that who is a true philosopher? A true philosopher is that person who is the philosopher of the masses, who is the voice of the masses. Is not a kind of philosopher like Plato or Socrates, who lives in the ivory tower, cut off. So that philosopher is the philosopher, the true philosopher, who is the philosopher of the masses, is the voice of the masses, and thereby he is a democratic philosopher. So a true philosopher has to be a true democrat. That is a new reading of party, modern things. And then I come to another way of, say, looking at that is this democratic element. Democratic element that has to be ushered in, so far as one's study of, one's reading of, one's location of the Communist Party or modern systems. That is, Gramsci is extremely sensitive about this question of democracy. And I will conclude by giving you two examples. One example has been given by Derek Boothman, that is further selection. I'm sorry, not further selection. It is pre-prison letters published in 2001. In pre-prison letters, for the first time, we come across a document which was not known to us. That document is dated 14 October 1926. It is written by Gramsci on behalf of the leadership of the Italian Communist Party to the leadership of the Russian Communist Party. And in that document, he is making 2 points. One is that the Italian Communist Party is extremely disturbed by the kind of events taking place in Russia. What are those events? That is the opposition led by Trotsky, Zinoviev, and others. Then that opposition is being victimized, hounded by the official faction of the Bolshevik Party. So Italian Communist Party. He's not saying that they are endorsing Trotsky or Zinoviev. But what they're saying is, this is his first, that is they're disturbed that the Russian Communist Party, the official Bolshevik Communist Party, it is actually adopting a policy which is leading to a situation that will split the Bolshevik Party and which will be pernicious, the implications of which will be dangerous for the future of international community. This is one point Gramsci's in this case. Other point that he's making is that the official Bolshevik faction, obviously led by Stalin and his associates, it should not be all conquering and must be willing to avoid excessive measures against the opposition. So this is one point very clear. That is, the party must function democratically. The other point, that is, this is a point which we for the first time, the fact which we for the first time come across in Terry Anderson's 2017 book, that is his Antimonies of Antonio Gramsci, revised, reworked version of it. There I, at the beginning, mentioned, there is a report by Athos Lisa. This report taken by Lisa of Gramsci's lectures in one of the prisons of death. In that lecture, Gramsci is putting before the other co-prisoners a strange. In the year 1930, Gramsci was arrested in 1926. He died in 1937. This is the year 1930. In 1930, Gramsci is putting before the co-prisoners of the prison that if you have to, say, fight Mussolini's fascism, then what kind of demands the people should make? Demands, that is, you cannot make straight away the kind of demand like this, that we want Mussolini out. You cannot put demands like that. You have to make a kind of demand, which first of all will somehow be accepted by Muslims. The other is the masses also will accept it. If you put before the masses a demand like this, that we want socialism, we want revolution, masses will not accept. So you have to make a kind of demand which will be acceptable to the masses, which will be acceptable to the fascist groups. What is that demand? Gramsci does not elaborate. It is the demand for a constituent assembly. And in that constituent assembly, all political parties should be allowed. And here again, Lisa's report gives us the hint. Gramsci is actually espousing the cause for a kind of united. That is not that the Italian Communist Party will contest the election as a communist party in the constituency, but with other like-minded parties. First, you have to win the battle for united front. Then you have to think socialism, revolution, proletarian dictatorship, etc. Obviously, Perry Anderson in his introduction says, obviously this report was not published by the Italian Communist Party because this is a kind of concept, the concept of constituent assembly being say placed before his co-prisoners by Gramsci as early as 1930. So that may give one the impression that Gramsci was actually discarding the path of proletarian revolution. He was actually Gramsci was actually perhaps looking for a kind of compromise with bourgeois democracy, election, parliamentary path. So that would provide a completely, say, new understanding of Gramsci, which is not compatible in those days when prison notebooks were for the first time published after the war was over. So it was not compatible with the militant image of Italian. So that may be one of the reasons why Anderson says that Lisa's report was never published, never diverged by the Italian. So this is all about. I have already got 2 or 3 questions, but with that I stop, and then I now leave it to
So, once again, brilliantly spoken by Professor Dr. Gupta. We have come to the end of this webinar. I think that the special lecture, there cannot be several questions. Some comments can be made because this is a special lecture. Yet, I want to invite some comments. One comment is there from Professor Amit De, and there is one more comment from Nivedita Raha. Before that, I want to make one comment. I don't want to miss out on this opportunity to invite comments from Shobhanda. That is, his lecture is on revisiting Antonio Gramsci. Whatever little I have known about Gramsci, that is Gramsci's trade unionism or Gramsci's concept on trade unionism. I think Gramsci once told that trade union movements cannot bring out higher level of consciousness for revolution. And if we look into the problems of India, that is the official Marxist parties today, as in India today, the official Marxist parties, their programs, they are chalking out their programs. I think their affinity to trade unionism has given birth to economism, which actually makes demands for economic benefits for the workers, employees, white-collar workers or blue-collar workers, that cannot generate the kind of revolutionary consciousness. That is why there has been a gradual decline of Marxist struggle in our country. In Indian context, I want to connect or reconnect Gramscian thought in Indian context. Please, Shobhana, if you can make some observations on this. And there are also some questions from Professor Amit De and I think Professor Nivedita Raha. If you please reflect on those.
Okay. Okay. I am responding. Nivedita actually has made a comment. So I will not make any further comment on her comment. But before I take up Subrato's question, Amit De has raised three questions. Two questions are interrelated. His views on direct foreign investment, market forces. No, at least, as I said, our knowledge of Gramsci is very much limited. Limited in the sense that we till now, and we do not know when it will happen, we till now do not have complete access to Gramsci's writings, because many of his writings are still unavailable in English. So maybe he had some views on the question that the issue that Amit De has raised, but I do not. And there is another question raised by Professor De, that is, what was Gramsci's response to the concept of withering away of state? No, at least in the writings available so far, we do not have any such. That is, Gramsci was primarily, I think, Gramsci was primarily interested in how to overthrow fascism, how to break out of the fascist terror and to usher in the birth of a new order. But that new order will be based definitely on hegemony, anchored in hegemony and not in coercion. That was it. As regards Subrata's question, is Gramsci, right from the very beginning, say when in 1919 he was associated with the Turin working class movement, that is factory council. Gramsci all along focused on this. In fact, Gramsci's pre-prison writings, his letters, his articles in Avanti, all of them focus on one single question. Economism is not that. Yes, economic issues we have to confront. But economic issues you can settle permanently only when you transform the consciousness. And that way, Gramsci, when he is talking of, say, hegemony, cultural transformation, he repeatedly refers to Lenin. He's saying that, and there are long passages in Prison Notebook where he says that actually this was the original agenda of the Bolshevik Party. That is, how to transform the Russian masses into it. That is, the Russian masses who are not so much conscious, not properly educated, not properly cultured. And that was a very big question before Lenin. That is, if you have to ensure the victory of socialism in Russia, then you have to ensure the cultural transformation of the Russians. That was very much there in Lenin's writing. And we must not forget that Gramsci was, for quite a long time, he was stationed in Moscow. So he had direct experience of what was happening in the Bolshevik Party. He picked up Russian quite well. So, and he had got very good Russian connection at the family level, non-family level. So he picked up many of these ideas. Of course, methodologically, conceptually, many of these ideas were Gramsci's own. But I think the main source of his ideas was Lenin's understanding of hegemony in the Bolshevik. Anyway, next.
Any more
Any other
questions?
questions?
I don't find any more question. So we come to the end of the last session, the final session. Thank you very much, Shobhita, for this mind-boggling session. Once again, I think you have excelled. And I hope that in future too, we'll invite you and be able to listen to you in future. Not only you, but all the speakers today. We have done wonderful job here. That right from the very beginning, Professor Shomit Das, Professor Hira Chandok, Professor Amit Dey, and of course, Professor Shonlal Dattagupta, all the four speakers, they have given us a wonderful time today evening from 3 p.m. to 7. Almost we have surpassed 7 p.m. Now, the time for winding up this session. Extremely thankful to all the participants. Now I give back the link to our admin, Aniket Vardhan. Aniket, the vote of thanks will be delivered by Professor Iti Vishwas, Department of Political Science, Kidderpore College.
Thank you, sir. A very good evening to all present here. Now we reach almost at the end of this webinar, and I request you all to spend few more minutes with us so that I can express our gratitude to all on behalf of my department. I feel myself very fortunate to be a part of this webinar, of this national webinar. First of all, I would like to thank our principal, Dr. Abhijit Ganguly, for his support and all kinds of help. I would also like to thank our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Sudukkhina Sarkar Roy, for her cooperation. Thank you, Sudukkhina Di, for your positive gesture. And of course, a very special thanks to our all eminent speakers, without whom it would not be possible to arrange this national webinar. In fact, they are key players of this whole evening, or of this whole evening event. Sorry. Now, I would like to thank Professor Shamir Kumar Das for his highly enlightening lecture on the very important issue of nationalism in the context of current scenario of globalization. My words are not enough to thank you, such a fabulous speaker, scholar, present scenario. I would also like to thank Professor Neera Chandu for accepting our request and for enlightening us by her valuable speech on another crucial topic on secularism and democracy. I sincerely thank you, ma'am, for your august presence in this national webinar. Again, no words are adequate to express my heartfelt thanks to our highly distinguished speaker, Professor Amit Dey, for his wonderful speech and sharing his precious knowledge on medieval India with us all. We are extremely thankful to you, sir, for your in-depth deliberation this evening. It's my exceptional privilege to express our thanks to an outstanding scholar like Professor Shobhanlal Dattagupta for giving us his valuable time and delivering a memorable lecture on Antonio Gramsci. Thank you, sir, once again for coming over here to join this webinar. A very special thanks goes to our senior most teacher, Professor Shubroto Bagchi, for his constant support, guidance, and all kinds of help. Thank you so much, sir. A very good. I would also like to thank our HOD, Dr. Sudukkhina Sarkar Roy, and my senior colleague, Dr. Chandrabali Das, for their constant support and cooperation. A big thanks goes to Aniket Vardhan, lab assistant in the Department of Mass Communication in the of Kidderpore College, for his invaluable technical support. Thank you, Aniket, for providing us with your excellent technical support and handling this webinar so smoothly and efficiently. Last but not the least, huge thanks goes to all the participants, including my teachers, colleagues, scholars, and students for being with us and helping us to make this webinar a grand success. So, thanks to the entire team for much needed support and cooperation. I wish everybody's well being and good health during this pandemic and sincerely hope that we will meet once again in near future for such academic exercise. Thank you all. Thank you very much.